Hey everybody, welcome to the United Adventure Company's Hallow Stream special. Ha 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 ha. Yes, some of us are even wearing some special clothing, some exciting costuming going on today in the games. We have a lot of games lined up for you today. 12 hours of games, in fact. The first four we're kicking off right here with Hoard of the Dragon Queen. We're going to go till right around 4 o'clock with that. And then at 4:30, we're going to kick off the next game, which is Call of Cthulhu Dead Border, I think is the name of the module that a brand new streaming storyteller is going to be streaming for us. LK7889 is going to be streaming that one for us. So I'll be hosting the stream, but she will be running the game for everyone. Should be a lot of fun. Welcome everyone to the stream. The last game of our live stream event today is going to be the Weird Halloween special, A Night at the Cinema. So that's WYRD, Weird. The other thing that we have going on today, hey, it's Drizzy. Thanks for the sub. 5 months in a row. Great job, man. Thanks so much. Another thing we have going on today is dice giveaways. These are Kraken Dice Mini D20 sets. There are 12 dice sets in here. We have 10 of those to give away in our 12-hour streams. So the giveaway is going on. It is live. It should be anyway. So if you want to participate in the giveaway, just use the chat command, ! I think it's enter. Let me make sure I give you the right one before, let me look over here on our, make sure I tell you the right one. I believe it's enter. We're professionals, folks. Where is it? May also be dice, custom. Where is it? I know it's there. I have to, oh yep, it's enter. So I have to do boom, giveaway. All right. Current giveaway is the dice giveaway, which is the 12-piece. Different colors. We have purple, yellow, white, red, blue, green, orange, and another kind of shade of blue and another kind of shade of green. So they are all from Kraken Dice. So if you want to try to win a set of dice, we're going to try and give away one at the break. Thorn, let's see. Nice test for me here. Let's see. Giveaways. I have 2 entrants and 2 tickets. Yes. Yes, there we go. So it is working. So what we'll do is we'll close the giveaway at break. We'll draw a name at the break of this game and then at the end of this game. So we'll reopen it after the break. And folks, if you do win, make sure that you join our Discord if you're not already in our Discord, because that's how we are going to get your information so that we can get you the dice. We have to
even if you don't win, join the Discord anyway, because there's a lot of cool people in there.
Yeah, like all the fine folks that you see right here in front of you right now. So we also have another giveaway going on, but it's not in the chat. It is a follower count giveaway. So when we hit 125 followers, we are going to draw from our followers one lucky winner to get a $25 RPG on the virtual tabletop of their choice, be that Foundry, Roll20, D&D Beyond, whatever. So make sure that you're following. Help us hit that followers goal of 125. We're currently at 130. Accidental DM followed us about an hour ago to put us at 113. So thanks so much for that follow. And everybody follow Istrissy's lead there. And if you enjoy the content that we put out, make sure you click that subscribe button. Use your Prime account, and you can do it for free. It doesn't cost you anything, but we reap all the benefits. So make sure you do that. Diamond, you're clipping, like half your face is disappearing It's so weird looking. Like it looks like your head is getting. It's perfect for the
suitably
Hallow
spooky.
Stream. It's spooky for the Hallow Stream. I think that's all the announcements. I don't want to get too long-winded into it. We are back from a long break. We took a break for about a week. We're back. Last night we had Plague of Fluxantine, and today we're running the Hallow Stream special. Anybody on the stream got anything? No? So I think what we'll do is jump right into a short recap and then on to the next. So when we last left our adventurers, they were in the city of El Turil. They had gotten there by way of the trade route, heading north, up, sorry, that was too far north, up through Greenest and Burdusk, and they find themselves at El Turil right here, where they caught up with the folks that are, get my notes open here, that have the next leg of their mission. Onthar Froome, they found him, the good-natured paladin of Torm. They found him, talked to him a bit, believe there was a little back and forth with a couple of folks. Garo got into a bear fight and actually beat the snot out of a bear. It was pretty awesome. Afterwards, after proving themselves worthy, Onthar Froome suggests that perhaps our adventurers should head to Baldur's Gate to try and disguise themselves as mercenary guards for the caravans and get close to the Cult of the Dragon's caravan and watch what it is that they're shipping north, where it's going, gather the information. They know that the Harpers now know that the cult is amassing all of their treasure and shipping it north. To do that, they pretty much have to go through Baldur's Gate to get the wagons and the manpower that they need to ship it back up the coastway, onto the tradeway, and on through to the northern reaches of the Sword Coast. El Turil is a small port town. Onthar Froome and Leosin have arranged a ship to take you down the Chionthar River to Baldur's Gate, where you will embark on the next leg of the mission. So with that, he has outfitted you with everything you could need: new clothing, disguise kits. You each have one disguise kit. He thinks it's a good idea that you disguise yourselves. And doing so, just in case anyone got a little too close to the cult in the past and could possibly be recognized. Any weapons that you might need, he is also willing to outfit you with, and gives you 50 gold pieces. Oh wait, I think we negotiated higher on that, didn't we? I think we got it up to 75 gold pieces per person for the trip. I think Teo did some negotiating there. Is that correct? Did we get it up to 75 or was it 100?
I don't think it was 100. I know that me and Teo did a little bit of, Teo did some gambling. I did some bear punching to get a little bit more. So I think it was less than 100.
I think we started with 50, but there was a bonus gem to be named later that we would see upon completion.
Correct. That is correct. And you, that gem was this magnificent ruby. And at first glance, you guess this thing's probably worth about 1,000 gold pieces. So just without doing a thorough examination of it. The next morning, he met you at the docks, and I believe you were ready to set sail upon the ship.
I'm ready.
Did I miss anything? Anybody?
I don't think so. I mean,
I did miss one thing. the Dinar's avatar, God's avatar, came down and had a conversation with him about randomly blessing strangers upon the road when you don't know who they really are. And lesson learned, don't do it again. Having blessed the Cult of the Dragon's treasure caravan in hopes that they would have a safe journey, he committed a big boo-boo in the church. Anything else?
Well, there was a really interesting little side quest with Teo and a fancy chest, I remember. And he got a puzzle box.
Oh yes, the puzzle box, the puzzle box and the Rubik's cube. Having repaired his the woman's chest that was in disrepair, she gifted him a puzzle cube that has 9 different colors, squares on it. Owen, that is invisible. There it is, right up against your shirt, and then everybody can see. Yeah, it looks very much like that. Owen, not much for one in a town. I don't believe you had much going on other than following Teo the night that he went out and about. You all were then kind of caught by the city guard and ushered back to your back to your hotel. Oh no, it was Dinar that went out, not Teo. It was Dinar.
Right, Dinar had the dream.
The dream, and then went to tell the city guard, and Owen watched him leave the... See, I've got good notes. Just have to turn the page every now and then. I'm a professional. Don't try this at home. So,
harder than it looks.
It really is. I've got 3 monitors and 17 screens open right now. 17 tabs open. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
And some of them I probably don't even need open. Like, I could probably close that. Anyway. All right, getting into the game. Here we go. So you are on the ship, the boat. It's not really a ship. It's a small transport vessel, actually. There are some goods on it that have been loaded on that had to go to Baldur's Gate anyway. You are posing as guards for this shipment.
And we got to bring our horses, I believe.
Yes, the horses do not like being on the boat, but they will deal with it. Well,
yeah, I'm just trying to pet and calm Daffodil as best I can.
And
I believe that there was also some kind of artificial sun over the town, so it was perpetual daylight.
yes,
Right.
it is basically perpetual daylight in El Turul. Correct. There is a light that hovers over the city. You didn't really talk much about that, but
Yeah, before before we depart, I want to take a quick gander, see if I can figure out what's going on with that light, how big it is, and
yeah, sure. It's
all the rest of that.
it is pretty much visible from all over. You saw it from way off in the distance when you were coming in, and it is about as bright as a light from a distant star or sun. It just illuminates the city itself. It's obviously some kind of magical illumination.
Does it have any dimensions? Is there a size to it, or is that hard to discern because it's so bright?
It's kind of hard to tell because when you look at it, it's a little bright. If you want to ask Onthar or Leosin about it, they might have more information for you. before you get on the boat or as you're getting on the boat to leave?
Yeah, I'll take a moment and inquire about it, just to see what I can gather quickly. I don't want to hold us up or anything like that.
So, yeah, Onthar is there, and he's, with the light, yes. We have some issues here, well, we used to anyway, with, some undead that would kind of come upon the city at times, so we put up this light, and it keeps them away. It is, you could see kind of off in the distance the ring, and that's about, they don't come any closer, they can't. It's a very powerful radiance kind of light.
I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like that.
And you probably will not see anything quite like it ever again. It's very unique to our city here.
Interesting.
Being against
Is there
the
any
fields
reason
of
why
dead
these
is,
can't just be mass produced?
it takes a lot of energy, and being right near the fields of dead, there's, this is one of the most vulnerable cities in all of the Sword Coast to this kind of thing. Not too many people need them in other cities.
So this light manages to keep away the undead from the city?
Yes, at any time that we've been attacked by undead, as brave necromancers will get the opportunity sometime and head out into the fields of dead and raise a small militia, if you will, of undead. They come here, and it does not turn out well for them at all.
Interesting. Must be a very powerful light.
Indeed it is. The clerics here and mages have worked a long time to make sure that this stays lit and stays strong against the undead.
Very well. Off to Baldur's Gate.
Off to Baldur's Gate it is with you. Very well. And he casts the last line off of the dock and gives you a friendly wave, and the boat captain and hands kind of start rowing away from the pier.
So regarding disguises, I'm thinking Garrow has used his disguise kit to sort of alter his appearance a bit before getting on the boat, since we're, going to be posing as guards already. I guess the disguise kit would include stuff like stuff you could dye your hair with, and
oh yeah, like a
makeup.
barber's kit, makeup. There could even be hair dye in there, like you suggested. Sure.
Dinar is actually going to walk up to Garrow and ask for a little bit of help with his disguise kit. You can see his disguise kit, which looks noticeably different than the rest of them. And then he opens it up. It's just a bucket of green paint.
Oh yeah,
Yes, I am a metallic dragonborn, and being a metallic dragonborn is not a good look. If I were trying to pose as a guard of the cult of Tiamat. So they got me this green paint, and I was wondering if you could.
I think
I can't reach my entire body and paint myself entirely green, so I was wondering if you could lend me a hand with this.
Oh yeah, I love painting. Yeah, that green's gonna look good on you, and I'll help Dinar get all greened up,
Right.
and
Right on.
Dinar can probably help me. I think Garrow's gonna totally change his hair to some kind of I don't know, crazy green mohawk.
Okay, since you have the green paint, sure.
Yeah.
And then, maybe add some sort of weird facial tattoo to really just throw anyone who might have seen him off.
Okay.
It's sort of a goblin tribal design, just all over his face.
Right on.
And while all this is going on, I'm gonna come up and say, "Hang on a second, Dinar. You've got a smudge spot here on your back. Let me just even this out a little bit for you." Writing "kick me" on Dinar's back.
Oh, boy.
Dinar doesn't see it at all, and it's like, thank you very much. I admit this is not something I've ever done before.
It takes a very practiced hand. I understand.
How about Owen? What are you gonna participate in the disguising?
I open my disguise kit up, and it's just got like a pair of Clark Kent glasses in it.
Wow, those really make you look different. Pretty crazy.
Never seen the two of them in the same place at the same time, have you? Oh boy. And Teo, are you gonna disguise yourself at all?
Yes, I'm going to put a nasty scar across my forehead, and then I'm also going to add some gray to my hair to kind of age me, things like that. And then I'll perhaps paint a bloody fist kind of marking on the side of my cheek.
Okay.
Wow, that's real cool. What's that design from?
The bloody fist. Everyone knows about the bloody fist.
Oh yeah, the bloody fist. Yeah. Garrow doesn't know, but he thinks it's very cool.
Teo completely making up the bloody fist, just trying to get away with it.
Right on. The weather's actually pretty nice, and you're making good time. You have a westerly blowing wind that is helping push the ship along the fast-flowing river. And the captain offers to stop for the night if you all would like to, but he thinks they can push on through and get you there a little sooner if you'd like.
I say we push on. I mean, we really want to get there as far ahead of the treasure train as possible.
Very well.
Yeah. Dinar is very glad that the weather is good because he does not want to know what happens to his disguise if it rains.
Nice. And as you travel through the night, it's pretty uneventful. In fact, there is a small light of moonshine coming down. The stars are out. It's a really peaceful boat ride. You rest. You just kind of, for the first time in probably 2 weeks, you actually don't have anything to do other than just rest and tinker with your things, studying your spells or praying or working on your puzzle box, sharpening your axe. These are all the things that you're doing on this boat ride. Teo, I know that we said you could make 3 rolls a day on your puzzle box. So if you'd like to do that here on this boat ride, you can make a few of those rolls.
Absolutely.
Perfect time to do a puzzle box.
Yes, it is.
Was that an investigation roll?
Yes. So yep, you start to see, you get a few colors lined up on one side. You get a row and a column on one side lined up, but you can't figure out why every time you turn it to where you think it should be right, it's not. There's something kind of bugging you about this.
I sometimes do my best work after a long rest, so that might happen again here.
Okay. Just not going to get frustrated and throw it overboard, though.
Oh, no, nothing like that.
Okay.
Garrow, for his part, is going to be, whenever he gets a chance, trying to entertain people with shadow puppets. And he turns out to be incredibly good at this. In fact, he's able to make some shapes that it seems like no hands should ever make. And in fact, that's because he has the spell Minor Illusion as a shadow monk, which is one of the little tricks that Leosin showed him. So he's kind of showing that skill off, just for fun.
Just for fun. Right on. How about Dinar? Is Dinar doing anything today?
Dinar is looking over his spell options, because he realizes if he's going to pose as presumably a mage serving Tiamat, he probably shouldn't use the same spells he uses as a cleric of Bahamut. So he's going to look as like, which of these spells will obviously blow my cover?
Right
so
on.
he is deep in thought, contemplating that.
Okay. How about Owen? What's Owen doing today on the boat? Or the
Owen's
night?
just trying not to freak out because he's so far from land and he hates this being on water stuff.
Yeah, you are kind of out in the middle of the channel of the river, and it's a good wide river. You do see other ships and boats on the river. Obviously, they're transporting goods back and forth. Some going upstream, some going downstream, passing you. It's not a lot of river traffic, but it's enough to give you some wakes every now and then that rock the boat. And Owen's not super thrilled with this whole water thing.
Well, we're on board, and I'm pondering my multi-faceted box. I'm gonna ask Owen that I really don't know much about you. Is there anything that you can tell me about you, about your background, about your life, growing up, or anything like that?
Nearly my entire village was wiped out by humans when I was only 51. So it's been hard for me to try to trust anyone else after that.
The horror. I can certainly understand how something like that would be so traumatic. How did the humans, why would they do such a thing?
We were druids. We were a colony of druids trying to protect nature, and their civilization was encroaching and trying to destroy the nature that we were preserving. And so they just pushed us out of the way.
Oh, that's real sad.
It's a common theme with humans to just take over nature and try to bend it to their will, as opposed to trying to live with it harmoniously.
That's such a shame.
It's been easier for me to blend in with you guys because while you're not elves, at least you're not human.
Yeah, we are a pretty interesting bunch, aren't we?
I guess I do have that going for me.
What about you, Dinar?
Me?
I haven't heard much about where you're from.
I was born and bred for this exact job. So, Dragonborn, in most cases, are not either chromatic or metallic like this. It's recessive. So, if you see a Dragonborn who is very clearly one type of dragon, they're the child of two dragons who are the same type of dragon, who are the child of two dragons who are the same type of dragon. So I was born with the purpose of serving Bahamut and opposing his enemies, which of course includes the cult of Tiamat and whoever else.
Wow.
And that is my lot in life.
Wow. You must have been raised by some pretty interesting people, I guess.
You could say that, yes.
Oh, well, that's cool. I grew up with a pack of sewer goblins, and they were really cool. But then this hobgoblin came along and really changed the vibe of the whole group, and I just had to get out of there.
It's not the first group that a hobgoblin will do end up.
Oh dear. Did Teo drop for anyone else?
He
Yeah,
froze.
that broke up a little bit for me, Teo. I didn't catch that.
I said it's not the first time that a hobgoblin has wandered into a group and gotten messed up.
Yeah, they always act like they're better than everyone else. I don't know what it is about those guys, but yeah, my tribe, I guess, is still together somewhere.
All
Well,
right.
I'm for one, I'm glad that we all managed to get together and meet. To Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, to Baldur's Gate. Have any of you ever been there before?
I have
I'm gonna-
not, no.
I'm going to say that Garrow probably hasn't. He's probably from a different city, sewer place.
Yeah.
But would we be able to roll anything to know about Baldur's Gate? Or
You would know about Baldur's Gate. You would know that it's one of the largest cities on the Sword Coast. It's the main shipping hub for the southern end of the Sword Coast. You know that they don't allow wagons or pets or horses or anything into the city. That you have to basically unload all your stuff, pay to have it carried across the city, and then put into new wagons, buy new horses, etc. on the other side of the city. Because Baldur's Gate is so hilly and it rains a lot because it's a coastal town, wagons and horses and whatnot would just really be a mess on the streets and oftentimes sliding backwards, causing accidents, and it's just not a good place for that kind of thing.
Have umbrellas been invented yet?
Umbrellas?
Yes.
Probably, yeah.
Alright. Dinar is going to go look for one because he knows that it is imperative that he keeps rain off himself.
yeah, that paint might start to run, eh?
Yes.
So you
I
want
mean, gnomes are a thing, so they probably invented an umbrella by now.
yeah.
Presumably.
Yeah. So you want to, when you get to Baldur's Gate, because you're not there yet, it's a 3-day, 2.5, 3-day journey. So that was day 1 and night. Did anyone want to do anything before turning in for the day?
Just
Nope.
continue to work on the puzzle.
All right, you want to roll that again?
Absolutely.
Ooh, a 19. Yes, very good. With that, you are able to figure out one side. So you pick a color. What is that? D6, and you can solve side 6 today. Which
Side 6.
Yep.
Excellent.
so make a note of that. You have solved one side. Side
Excellent.
6.
We'll do that.
Now that's not to say it will stay solved forever.
Of course.
Oh, you all are hilarious in the chat. So much fun. But yes, thank you for helping manage the GM and manage up there a little bit. I appreciate you. I was able to get all of the stream alerts out to all the Discords that we're parts of. So thank you so much. And also you all learned a little bit about each other. And so you're probably a little over halfway to Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate is basically right here. I don't know why the city labels are not on the player map. As
Would that be helpful?
that would be very helpful. I don't know why they're not on there. It's kind of strange that they're on the GM map.
Can
but
you
not the
like
player map.
pull out the draw text and just write down Baldur's Gate and the place that we're going?
I could do that. Yeah. we can do this right here. Let's do this.
This is where being a computer RPG gamer in the late 90s comes in handy.
Right?
I know this area of the Sword Coast very well because of the Baldur's Gate games.
There. I'm going to make it orange because that way it's like, Halloween themed. Text. Well, I didn't spell that right. There we go. Close enough. Baldur's Gate. All right, that's Baldur's Gate. And then just north of there, well, a good ways north of there, is another city that you would have heard of called Waterdeep. I'm sure you've all heard of Waterdeep.
Oh yeah, Waterdeep. They make good whiskey there.
So, let's see. I'll go ahead and draw Waterdeep on there as well, which is basically right here. Probably need to move that. Maybe right there. There we go. That's a little better. Close enough. And so those are two of the big cities that you know of on the Sword Coast. Dinar probably would have heard of Dragon Spear as well as along the Tradeway. You're all from the Sword Coast area, so you're kind of familiar with everything around the big cities and whatnot. Candlekeep, Baldur's Gate, Waterdeep.
Neverwinter, right?
You've heard of Icewind Dale in Neverwinter. However, it's often frozen in and very hard to get there. So Neverwinter
Very
is
ironically named.
Yeah. Well, Neverwinter is like the gateway to the frozen area, where Icewind Dale is north of Neverwinter. So it's kind of the gateway, though, to get up there. There's two different ways you can go: through the crags or through Neverwinter and over the River Mirror. But most people will go through Neverwinter and take a boat up and into the frozen waters outside of Icewind Dale. All right, so that is the Sword Coast. The day breaks the next day. You're get on the right side of the map here. You have traveled a good distance overnight, and you're probably only another day's travel from Baldur's Gate down the river. And again, it's just quiet, peaceful. There's some clouds in the sky. You notice it's getting, river's picking up speed. It's getting wider here, so it must be getting a little shallower as you get down closer to the Sea of Swords.
We're very fortunate with this weather, I must say.
Yes, indeed. And as you get towards the end of the day, you can see the walls and the smoke from Baldur's Gate. Teo, do you want to roll today to see if you could solve another side?
Oh, absolutely. I am fully engrossed in this puzzle box. When I'm not working on the puzzle box, I'm working on a small lunchbox size version of the hope chest.
Oh, yes.
That collapsible hope chest that that was going on. And I battle with the puzzle box, or sorry, with the puzzle box for a bit. And when I can no longer bear it any longer, I pull out my carving tools and start work on that collapsible lunchbox kind of thing.
Right on.
I think Gara would spend a little bit of time carving his new reinforced great club not like carving it like so that it wouldn't be effective as a great club, but sort of like I'm imagining like making a lot of ridges in it and a design of like a goblinoid deity. So like when he hits you with it, it leaves like an imprint. So,
Okay. Yep,
Yes,
you can
I'll
do that.
deliver you my trademark beating. Whack!
yep. Leaves quite a distinct mark. So they know.
All right. Teo, you are able to solve side 2 today after working on it for a better part of the day. However, it is side 6. If you're holding side 6, it's at the bottom, and side 2 is on the left side. So they're not, you know.
So I'm hoping that when I've managed to solve all 6 of the sides, then I can work on trying to solve it all together, or is that going to be the indication that I've got it solved?
No, you'll have to solve each side, and then there is the chance that after you have 2 sides solved, there is the chance that solving another side breaks the one of the other ones that you've already solved, right? So you'll make the roll. If you solve another side, then you'll have to make another roll to see if you can resolve, and we'll give you that one at an advantage, right? Because you already solved that one side, so we'll give you advantage to solve it again. Does that make sense?
Oh wow.
It's going to get kind of in depth when you do this, and just think about solving a Rubik's Cube and how when you solve one, it breaks another, and you have to go back and redo it. But you know how you did it, so that's kind of the premise I'm working
By
on.
my limited Rubik's Cube knowledge, I believe if you solve 2, then the entire thing is solved. You can't have 2 solved and not have the rest of them solved. But
I will defer to the resident Rubik's Cube guru for that.
This thing
one.
might be even more complicated than a typical Rubik's Cube. We haven't said exactly how many sides or shifting mechanisms it might have.
Well, and Teo looks down at the cube and realizes that ultimately this is in the hands of the gods.
Wow, yeah, that's a tough puzzle.
Indeed.
As I
Yep.
continue carving my club.
How about Dinar and Owen? What are y'all doing today?
well, even though we're technically posing as guards, Dinar, like, if these people are attacked and this boat sinks, we all die too. So Dinar is going to keep watch for potential danger.
Okay.
Well, Dinar is walking around the deck and keeping watch as he walks past Teo at one point in time. Teo looks over and goes, Dinar, hang on one moment. You've got a smudge back here on your paint. I just want to even that out and even out the kick me sign on the back of Dinar.
Okay. Yep.
Dinar,
blow up
not
bubble.
knowing at all about this, is going to say, okay, but remember, don't say it's paint in public. The whole point is that this is a disguise.
Indeed.
Oh boy.
Owen's still unhappy about being on the water, so he's walking around the boat, making sure that every teeny little fray and every little rope is fixed with his mending cantrip.
Ah, men. Right. I
That's
can
very
see that.
handy.
It is very handy.
After the long journey, the boat pulls into the dock looking brand new.
Oh. And as the sun fades over the Sea of Swords, you pull into the port of Baldur's Gate. It's actually, you go out into the Sea of Swords and kind of come back into this natural kind of bay area that forms a natural harbor outside of Baldur's Gate. You disembark the ship, thanking the captain for his expeditious sailing down the river, and he's like, yeah, whatever, I do it all the time. He's not really, bothered by it. And out into Baldur's Gate you go. There are walls and lines of trade caravans all down the roadway that leads in, and you can see the gates are there, and people are just lined up outside the gates as well. As you approach, you can kind of hear people hawking, as it were, for trade, for buying and selling of goods, kind of all sorts of different stuff going on there.
Can Dinar scan these shops to see if they have a rain-blocking device that you can hold above your head?
Oh, these aren't shops. These are just people standing outside. These
Oh,
are
I
all
see.
just merchants that are heading into Baldur's Gate. And you see them unloading their wagons. A bunch of them have just unloaded their wagons on the ground. They're exchanging money with people that are there, and then they just head into the city, leaving their goods. A few minutes go by, and people will come out, pick up their stuff, and start walking into town behind them.
Dinar is going to turn to Garrow and say, seems like we need to leave the horses outside. What is your plan for that?
Oh yeah, I guess so. We could probably find a stable for him, but I hate to leave Daffodil behind.
Yeah. My understanding is that the horses can't enter the town.
Yes, that is correct. The horses cannot enter the town. No wagons, no horses, basically.
Oh well. It was nice knowing you, Daffodil. Maybe we can leave the horses with this captain that we just met and have them head back where they came from. Oh, actually, yeah, they came from Greenish, so.
Yep.
But, or we could sell them.
We
What
could
do you all
sell
think?
them. We could also just tie them up somewhere, because presumably we don't plan to stay in Baldur's Gate forever.
I guess that's true. We wouldn't have anyone to keep an eye on them unless we can find some kind of stable, though. I mean, maybe they have that around here since horses can't make it in the city.
Worth a look.
Is there a sort of stable area where horses can be checked in?
There is a stable, but it's less of a boarding stable. You see what looks like a stable. You head over there, and there is a portly stable master who looks at you and says, wanting to offload your horses, eh?
Oh yeah, my horse here is a real good one. I'd like to have him, kept safe while we're in the city.
Oh, yeah, kept safe, of course, yeah. Tell you what, he looks at your horses. I'll give you 20 gold for her right now.
Oh, wow. What do you all think? These are some good price. That's a good price for a horse, I guess. Seems like.
It's not my decision, I don't think. You were the one who got us these horses. I feel like you should be able to decide.
Well, you promise that you'll treat them good, right?
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. They'll be treated just as fine as any horse out there.
Well, we got business to take care of, and I don't know when we'll be back. So yeah, we'll sell them. So is that 20 gold just for Daffodil or
Yep.
for all of them?
Yep, just for Daffodil.
All right. 20 gold added to the inventory.
All right. You have sold Daffodil. How about anybody
and-
else want to get rid of your horses?
Oh, get rid of is such a harsh word. We don't want to get rid of our horses. It's like parting with one of our children here. And besides, look at how fine these steeds are.
Yeah, they're good, healthy horses, that's for sure. No branding.
Easy to move quick as the wind, stamina for days. Hardly eats anything, drinks but a drop.
Roll a persuasion. See if you can get him.
Always the haggler, right?
Yes, he is.
Like,
Oh, your horse looks skinny and hungry. Sickly,
Ooh.
even.
Well, he looks like that now, but believe me, with just a fine little bit of work, you will not find a finer horse in all the lands.
I'll give you 12 gold for her right now.
12. 12. Surely you can do better than 12. I mean, look at these teeth. Showing him the horse's teeth.
You can't bullshit a horse salesman. That's one thing I've learned from fantasy novels. These are notoriously difficult people to haggle with.
Yes. He says it's 12 gold. Take it or leave it. I got a line.
All right, all right.
And he says,
So also-
if you're going out the north gate, then you can meet my brother up there. He'll sell you a fine horse as well.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And how about the other two? Do you guys gonna sell
Yeah,
your
I'm
horses here?
I'm selling my horse.
All right, he looks over at both of those and he offers you each 15 gold for your horses.
Dinar takes 15 gold for the horse.
I'll take it.
All right, no haggling. Right on. You there at the gate of leading into Baldur's Gate, and you head in, and it is quite a hilly city. The roads just roll through the city. You were told you should probably have a at least a 3-day head start when you get there, but depending on how slow they're moving, you could be there 10 days ahead. So you were recommended
The most dreadful sound of all, the sound of dice being rolled in secret. I heard that.
You heard that. That's because I have a really good microphone. I need to roll them on my quiet little pad that I have over here for rolling dice.
While we're here in Baldur's Gate, I would certainly like to look around for a couple of places. One is a place to sell the splint armor that we picked up, and the great sword.
Ah, yes, off of the Cult of the Dragon folks.
Yes.
Very good. Yeah, you there's plenty of weapon shops, armor shops, all of that. Baldur's Gate is actually divided into 3 different districts. The upper city, which is, the upper class. It's very caste system here. The wide, which is where the city's marketplace is in the upper city as well. Lower city, which is around the harbor where you are now, this is where most of the merchants live and conduct their business. And the outer city, which lies outside the walls, which is where most of the laborers and whatnot reside. Aren't any shops out there because it's kind of lawless-ish. The guards don't really go out there much, and it's not the best place to just hang around outside the walls. You wander around inside, though, the lower city and find a good merchant shop or two that you want to check out.
I will do that.
Yeah. I think we'll all be sticking together, right?
That is
Probably
up to y'all.
sensible.
That is up to you.
I think that's for the best.
I am sticking with someone because cities make me nervous already, and I've never been in one this large.
Yeah, we could get lost pretty easy. I say we stick together, and it'll be good. Some of these cities, people get a little stabby, and if they see you got a lot of money.
All right. You head in. There's not a lot of people in here. A couple of folks just kind of perusing. And shopkeep greets you. What you got today? Buy, sell, trade?
A little of both. I'm looking for a couple of things. One, I am looking for a simple crossbow as a weapon, so that would be nice. And then this leather armor that I'm wearing, I'd like to upgrade it to something maybe like a studded leather. Do you have anything in a nice studded leather armor? And then for trade, I have these things, and I pull out the great sword and the splint armor to show him, and start pointing out the fine quality and the high points of the items I have for trade.
All right.
And continue to look around the shop to see if he has anything such as a decent light crossbow and a nice set of studded leather armor.
Okay. He says, "Give me just a few, and I'll take a look at these, see what they're worth as far as trade in store. Let me just take a look around, see if there's anything else. You definitely have some studded leather. All our armor's kind of hanging over there, and weapons are over there. But don't dry fire anything. Don't play with any of the sharp stuff. You might hurt somebody else in the store. And then we have general supplies as well. Anything you might need."
Garrow will look around at the weapons and armor, but he seems very uninterested in them. He just sort of like pokes them a little. It's like, oh, that's sharp.
Yeah, there is a spiked club that Garrow may be interested in hanging on the wall.
That's kind of nice, I guess. But, I'm pretty partial to this one I got carved up already that I got from Master Leosin and all. So I don't think I need it.
Right.
Plus, sometimes I just like to kick things. So honestly, that works better than swinging a club most of the time.
Yep. And,
Interesting, Garrow. I wonder if you can incorporate some of those spikes into your club.
You think? I wonder.
Yeah, I wonder if he has perhaps something like those spikes available here. You never know.
I guess I could ask him if he could spike up my existing club.
Always a possibility.
Oh, that sounds like a custom job, though. It might take too long. I don't really need something like that. I think it's fine just the way it is. This way I smack them with the wood, they get this nice imprint right in their face.
Nice. How about Owen?
Dinar is thinking about recommending that these other people buy a shield, and then he realizes that I believe he is the only person in this entire party who could use a shield.
Huh. Yeah, shields, they seem kind of heavy. I don't know. I don't want to carry that around.
I mean, they're very effective at preventing a sword from hitting your face. But
I never got used to them.
Yeah. Definitely for someone in your line of work, it's pretty difficult to sneak while using a shield. So,
I don't know, shields cast a shadow. You could hide in your own shield shadow.
And they chafe. They chafe the forearm, something fierce. It's not worth it.
Dinar looks at his scaled arm and is like, okay. But Dinar is going to go look for a rain blocking device that he can hold above his head, because this seems like the kind of store that would have something like that.
They have a wide variety of handheld rain blocking devices. Different colors, simple solid colors, multicolored, long handled, short handled, wide, narrow. This depends on what you want.
Is there one with like a generic dragon symbol on it?
Perhaps a pointy one?
Roll a D100 and 50-50 it. So
that's an 18.
There is,
so, yes,
indeed. There is actually one of them that has the handle is actually carved into the head of a dragon.
All right. Dinar's going to buy that one.
All right. That is 5 gold pieces for that.
Dinar's going to pay 5 gold pieces.
All right.
Now he has a fancy, stylish device that will not blow his cover, that will prevent the rain from also blowing this cover.
That's right, and you can
Yeah,
kind of
that's
hide your
cool.
face with it or use it as a cane. There's lots of things you could do with an umbrella like this.
Yes.
All right. How about Owen? What is Owen doing in this shop?
Is there any? He's looking to see if there's any particularly interesting looking leather or hide type armors, and if they have any kind of interesting local fauna that he's never seen before.
Fauna is probably not in this shop. It'll probably be in another shop. But as far as armors, what interesting style are you looking for? There's some unique pieces of hide, leather, studded leather.
Just something a little less plain than what I'm wearing now.
Oh, yeah, that's easy enough. There's some pretty nice quality stuff that's here. So if you wanted hide, or if you wanted leather, you could get either one of those. There's even studded leather, but I don't know that you can wear studded.
I don't think I can.
Yeah, I don't think you can either.
I think it tops out at. Well, I got light armor proficiency, so
yeah, you could wear. You could
Studded
wear
leather
studded.
is light, so you
Yep,
can
you
wear
can
that
wear
if you wish.
studded.
yeah.
Yep. If
Studded
you wanted
is-
studded.
One extra AC, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's 30 gold for that set of studded.
Yeah, I'll take that.
It's a little less than book price. Teo, you see that Owen is shopping for leather armor as well, and he finds a suit of studded leather on the rack that looks good enough to him. You see one that is actually you think might help you even more. It's leather, then the studded, and then over the top of the studs is lapped in leather again to kind of quiet it a little bit.
Interesting. I will certainly inquire about that. That is for sure.
Oh, that is that's a new suit of armor that we've been having some pretty good popularity with among a certain group of people. It's a silenced studded. It's not completely quiet, of course, but it definitely muffles the metallic ringing of studded leather as you move with it.
That could be
Interesting.
handy.
Yeah, that is interesting. I don't really have use for something that's studded and quiet and all the rest of that kind of stuff. I'm not that type, but I really appreciate workmanship. And when I look at this, you can see the craftsmanship and the time that has been taken. And this is something that I can appreciate.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of folks do appreciate it. That one's 60 gold for that. Because
60
it is
gold.
extra. There's a lot of extra work that goes into it.
All right. And what of the light crossbow?
Oh, the light crossbow. Oh, yes. You would like just a standard crossbow?
What is available?
Oh, well, there's fancy ones that have carvings all over them, and just take your pick. They're all standard, ordinary crossbows, but some of them are fancier than others. You seem to be a man of exquisite taste. Prefers workmanship over raw functionality.
The all of the adornments and things like that. I'm much more interested in the mechanism, the technical side of the bow itself, the operation, the break of the trigger, the whole mechanism, things like that. Those are the things that interest me more than merely a fancy paint job or a little bit of carving here or there.
And when you say fancy paint job, he kind of looks over at Dinar. Fancy paint jobs, eh? Well, there's.
Can Dinar make a perception check to notice that these people are talking about him?
Sure.
I understand it's a skin condition, and the salve helps keep the skin well preserved.
Dinar definitely hears that people are bad mouthing him, and he like glares at Teo, but doesn't say anything.
No, it looks good. Don't listen.
He says, "Yeah, we might have just the thing you're looking for. A new prototype crossbow just came out by my friend. He makes these, and sometimes he comes up with these crazy designs, but this one's pretty neat. It has, normally, you know how the bowstring, it's just on 2 studs, and you pull it back and locks into place. This one is a continuous string that's actually on a set of pulleys."
Oh,
See,
interesting.
and he pulls it out, and he shows it, and it's a continuous bowstring. It looks like a compound bow laid
Sure.
on a light crossbow frame.
Yeah.
So it's like a miniature compound light crossbow. He says it gets exceptional range, the range of a standard bow, in fact, but yet as light as a crossbow.
And what kind of package deal can you give me for the 2?
Oh, what did we say? We said that and this, and that's 60, and this is 40. That's 100. Plus, if you wanted to trade me your splint and your greatsword, that'd be, well, I have to. He does some mental math. Everything's said and done, that'd be 100. If you give me the splint mail and the greatsword, plus 25 gold pieces, I think I can make this work.
$15 and the deal is yours.
Roll a persuasion. We'll do it that way. It'll be a roll off.
Oh, and I'm really persuasive. As we've found.
You are persuasive enough, my friend. By 1, you are persuasive enough. Very well, 15. That is an excellent greatsword. That it's hardly ever been used. Actually, it appears. So yes, you drive a hard bargain, sir. But I will definitely. Here's your 15 gold, and your friends have all found their needs as well.
Oh, believe me, you will make out well on this deal. I trust that, and that is something that I care about. I care about how the person who I'm dealing with, how they feel about the deal, and I can see by the glint in your eye that this was a very fair deal.
Indeed. Well, I must attend to my other customers.
Indeed.
If there's anything that you or your party need, just feel free to let me know.
Will do.
And he heads off to go talk to somebody else that's looking over at the cloaks and whatnot in the store.
A pretty sweet crossbow there.
Indeed it is. I've never seen one such as this. I can't wait to test it out, shall we say. Wink, wink.
Speaking of
Yes,
that, maybe we could find some mercenary work while we're waiting to, establish ourselves as trustworthy folk to hire.
Well, mercenary work is fine, but let me just point out, I found the job board fascinating at the last pub we were in, and I would certainly like to, shall we say, peruse what job boards we can find to see what is available and out and about. Perhaps there is some odd knick-knack service that we could provide.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Careful we don't blow our cover. We're supposed to be, I guess, tough caravan guard types.
Muscle, shall we say.
Yeah, so maybe we look for some jobs that are, go rough someone out for something like that, if something needs doing.
More along your expertise and line of skills.
Well, I have all sorts of skills, but yeah, I guess I'm pretty good at the old 1-2.
Pretty good. How you jest.
But I don't know. What do y'all think about while we're in the city, should we maybe get mercenary work to establish ourselves, or do you all have a different type of plan in mind?
There is one more shop I would like to go to before we look for work, and I would also like to know exactly how much time we have.
Well, about from anywhere from 3 to 10 days, it was estimated.
Yeah. And you know that you were given a name of a person to meet when it was time for you to get work, named Akin Celebon. He operates an equipage business on the outer city north of the city wall. So you're on the south side of the inner city now. So the northern outer city is where his place is. It's in a district called Blackgate.
Could you say this person's name one more time?
Akin Celebon.
Akin Celebon. Okay. So, all right, we'll
I'll
go
put
to
that in the
Akin
Discord
after.
for you guys.
We'll go talk to Akin after we finish shopping and whatnot.
Yeah. The one thing Dinar would like to do first is go. Is there a store in this town that sells spell scroll materials?
Ooh.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's Baldur's Gate. Just about anything you want to find, you can find in Baldur's Gate.
Well, how much does it cost to scribe a spell scroll of a spell you know that is on your list?
So just to scribe out the spell. Let's see.
Yes.
In Baldur's Gate. Let's see. I don't know these things off the top of my head, so that's what I find Google very useful.
Yes.
Depending on the level and the spell, most common use spells are about 40 gold pieces. Take about 2 hours to do. The higher the level spell, of course, it's going to cost more. Cantrips are 25 gold pieces.
Well, there's a specific spell that I'm looking to get, and it is level 2. And I'm not sure how common it is, but the spell's Lesser Restoration. And I feel like having a scroll of Lesser Restoration could be helpful in case we run into any unforeseen complications.
Yeah, that you could get from the temple here, either Torm or, there are several temples around Baldur's Gate. You could get that there. Of course, it's a donation of value to the temple. Of course, they can't charge a fee, but they do request a donation for their services.
Well, the thing is, I know Lesser Restoration, so presumably.
Oh, so you would just want somebody to.
Yeah.
Okay.
To write the spell on the scroll, and I just need the materials for that.
So the materials alone would be 15 gold pieces just for the materials.
Okay. Dinar is going to buy 2 copies of the materials for a scroll of Lesser Restoration, and he's going to spend, I think you said, 2 hours each, so he's going to spend 4 hours scribing 2 of these scrolls.
Okay. Yeah, you could do that during your evenings and stuff, scribing out the scrolls. That should not be a problem.
So that is 30 gold. Dinar will mark off 30 gold.
I guess I wouldn't mind buying a health potion. Can we find something like that pretty easy?
Oh, yeah, sure. You can find, there's a plethora of potion shops in Baldur's Gate. So
I believe in our last session, Leosin included health potions for all of us in the package of goods that was left at our doors.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So so we should have at least 1 each.
1 each, right? And that was just a standard health potion.
Yes, the standard potion of healing. Yeah.
Well, in that case, I should be good for now.
All right. Another question I would like to ask the DM is, what are your rules regarding who can use a spell scroll? Like, could I give one of these spell scrolls to Owen, and could he use it?
As long as he can read the school of magic that it's written in. Right?
Okay.
So
I'm actually going to go. I have to look up what school Lesser Restoration is.
Necromancy or transformation?
It's abjuration, actually.
Huh.
Which I suppose makes sense.
I guess that does make sense. So, yeah, he would have to be able to at least have access to that school of magic.
Well, I'm going to show this scroll to Owen and say, do you think you can use this?
Where am I at? Could I use this? Probably not. I don't know. Let me look.
I mean, warlocks can definitely get abjuration spells, but I do not think they can get specifically lesser restoration.
Let me see. I don't think.
I don't think they can either.
Hang on.
Yeah. While they're looking that up,
Like you actually don't. I actually don't currently have my PHB accessible, so I'm trying to find it on Google.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I can't get it.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
All right. Well, I will use these in case one of you need it.
Sounds good.
I believe Dinar doesn't actually know that Teo has magic, so he would not know to go to Teo.
Mm-hmm. All right. The night is starting to weigh in. As you landed, it was just beginning to get sunset. Baldur's Gate does not rest, however. There is a constant flow of traffic through the city. Goods are always being moved from one side to the other.
Well, it's nice being back in a city like this. I bet we can find some good sweets around here. Probably also could find a nice sewer to sleep in, for free.
Oh, I think we should be able to find someplace better than a sewer to sleep.
Well, don't knock it till you try it. But sure, we could find a nice place, I guess. While we're in the city, might as well. We got all that gold from Leosin.
Dinar is neither particularly comfortable nor uncomfortable with being in a city, but he is not fond of the fact that he is undercover as something he hates. So he's not having the most fantastic of times, but when night falls, he does want to find someplace to sleep.
You might occasionally notice Garrow looking at the garbage cans, like he sort of wants to peek inside and see what's in there. But he restrains himself for the most part.
All right. But yep, you are able to wander around, and eventually, there's an inn with a vacancy sign hanging outside. There are just a plethora of taverns and inns in Baldur's Gate, so you're able to
maybe
find
get something that's close to where we're gonna go tomorrow, which is where Akin is, right?
Yes, outside of the
Outside
Blackgate district.
All right. Well, I guess is the place we found somewhat close to the North Gate, or is it more south?
We'll say it's on the north side of the outer or the lower city. It's on the north side of the lower city.
Okay.
And chat, if you'd like to name the tavern, feel free to use your channel points to do so with the name the NPC. We'll name the tavern something. We'll create a tavern in Baldur's Gate. I'm sure there's a list of them out there, but I just really don't feel like going and looking.
Yeah, I'm sure there's tons of taverns. They're constantly going out of business and burning down.
Exactly. And so let's see. Tavern in standard fare of food, drink, rooms available, all of that stuff.
All right. Garrow will obviously see if there's anything sweet on the menu.
They have a sweet bread here, which is like a sweet wheat bread.
All right, that's what Garrow eats for dinner.
All right. Garrow has a sweet tooth.
I'll ask if there's any of that sweet berry jam available.
Yeah, they have jam, all kinds, all flavors here.
Even better.
And while all this is going on, I'll also go up and peruse the adventuring / job board to see if there are any side hustle, woodworking jobs up there. Anybody in need of another hope chest fixed up?
Not that you see. Most of these job boards are exactly what you would expect. Guards wanted for caravan kind of stuff.
I see.
Um,
No cats.
No cats missing. No, nope, no, none of that.
Okay.
It's
Just checking.
Any bounty hunting or perhaps monster hunting?
um,
That might be something that we learn from Akin. Just curious.
nope. There's no monster hunting. There's a couple of missing posters, a couple of wanted posters. You see another one that's all faded, kind of back behind everything else, kind of layered as you're kind of flipping through all the papers and parchments. And you see another one for that Slick Pickles guy, a bounty on his head still, even here in Baldur's Gate, wanted for crimes and of various listings.
Oh, we should keep an eye out for that guy. I'm gonna try to memorize the image if there is one.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's pretty much it for Garrow. Sweet bread with jam, and then head to bed.
All right.
And tomorrow we talk to Akin, I guess, bright and early.
Oh, and Teo is very interested in trying to get back to his puzzle and see if he can figure out another side.
Okay. Denara, you're spending the time scribing the scrolls, I take it?
Yes.
In your room? Okay. Very good. Owen, what are you doing? Are you hanging out in the tavern? Do you want to kind of sleep outside?
Just food and rest.
Food and rest. All right. Owen, not much of the city party type. Not going to go out and paint the town. So, Teo, go ahead and roll for your puzzle box.
All right, let's see. That was another investigation. Let's give that a try.
A 21. You're rolling pretty good.
The one thing you can consistently roll well at.
Indeed.
You're rolling pretty good on these. Now go ahead and roll that again, because as you solved this side, you unsolved another side, solving this side.
As can happen with these kinds of things.
Yes. But you are
Uh-oh.
able to get it back, and from here on, when you roll these investigations for this, you think you've figured out the pattern to solving this thing. You will roll with advantage
Excellent.
until you fail. So
So do I have 3 sides or 2 sides solved?
you have 3.
Okay.
Half of it is solved.
All right. So it looked like I had 2, 6, and what's the third side?
3. So you
3,
have 2
okay.
sides and the bottom.
All right.
Most of the other sides are already solved.
Gotcha.
It's just a few pieces out of order. So
Excellent.
all right. If nobody's going to do anything else this night, sneak out their windows and go alert the city guard to the traveling cult of the dragon. We will skip to morning, and dawn breaks in Baldur's Gate.
Yeah, Teo, I think you were right about the inn. That bed was pretty nice. Sewers usually don't have soft beds like that.
And did you get that nice sweet mint on your pillow?
I did. That was much appreciated.
Excellent.
Nice. What do you guys want to just go straight to kind of hunting out this Akin character?
I think so, yeah. Anyone have any other thoughts? All right. Akin away.
All right. You head out of the northern gates to the outer city, and you ask around a couple of folks, and they kind of point you over in a way, and there's this human dressed in fur armor, of basically just like fur hat, and is standing outside of a tent, just kind of looking around. And as you approach, he says, "Hi, hello, how are you?"
Oh, doing pretty all right. How about you?
I'm doing pretty all right myself, there, friend. Can I
I
help you?
believe. Yeah, we heard to come to you for work. You're Akin, right?
Yeah, who might have sent you?
Oh, that's and I'll pause for a moment to wonder, did Leo Sensei to give his name, or were we instructed to anything?
It was Froome's contact. This is Froome that told you to go and seek out a human trader named Akin Celeban.
Oh, Froome sent us.
Oh, Froome sent you. Yes, yes. A friend of Froome is a friend of mine. So work you need it is, eh?
Yeah. We're gonna be in town for a little bit. Heard there might be a pretty big caravan that pays well coming through here, so we got time to kill, and thought we'd take a few jobs.
Yeah, yeah. Guess Froome didn't tell you I'm kind of the repair business. Also sell, and he kind of points at the back, and there's a kind of a lines of wagons, and in the back of his tent there's this pile of wagon wheels and chains and just all kinds of stuff. And he says, yeah, well, I don't hire anybody for the guards. I do know many of the caravan travelers, and the people who do. You work for me for a couple days and show me you're worthy. I may be able to put in a good word for you, should you need some travel work.
That'd be much appreciated. I bet Teo can fix up these wagons like no one's business.
Well,
Which
I don't
way
know
are you
about
headed, north or south?
I guess we're headed north.
Yeah. Most folks are this time of year, trying to get that last run in before winter. Yeah. It just depends on who I need to talk to is all. So, yeah. If you guys could just give me a hand and for a couple of days here working around the shop, we got some wagons that need repair in the back, some chains that need polishing, a rope that needs repairing, that sort of thing.
Dinar here is very good at polishing chains.
Oh, is that true?
Indeed, he is.
Dinar, what's your reaction to this? As you've been volunteered once again by Teo.
First of all, he doesn't want to use his real name. And second of all, he's not very pleased about being voluntold. But he also knows that if he bursts out and says, well, first of all, then that won't look good. So he's going to, he's going to nod for now, but he's going to bring it up with Teo later.
All right. Make sure we come back to that.
And I think Garrow would have introduced himself as Barrow. Since we're being sly.
And you're, kind of a bear.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Bear. Right on.
Works on multiple levels.
Yeah.
Deep cover.
Nobody would guess it. As the day goes on, wagons come in. Oh, and are you down for this as well? This kind of labor gig?
Yeah. At the very least, we could try to get some scouting in.
Yep. And he says every morning, to meet him out here, you work pretty much all day, and then he'll pay you 5 gold pieces a day to just kind of do the shop work and repair anybody that comes in.
Garrow would be glad to help lift any heavy things, and he'd probably be mainly good at that.
All right.
Dinar, or whatever we're calling Dinar, is on chain duty.
And yeah, let's go back to that. As the day goes on, Dinar, you and Teo, you find yourselves out back. Teo's needed a hand changing a wheel, and he asks you to come lift up the side of the wagon for him. You're holding the wagon there, waiting for him to put the wheel on.
Yeah, Dinar is going to do that, but he's also going to glare at Teo with an "I know what you did" expression.
It's interesting. Dinar, sorry, Bruce.
Sure, let's go with that.
You can call me Diamond.
Of course.
Bruce, I was merely trying to get us hired.
Well, you succeeded in that, so that's something.
Indeed. And don't worry about the name thing. We'll figure out a way. I'm bad with names. I might call you 53 different names during this part of the campaign. We shall see what comes of it.
Very well. I personally would like to end this mission and not wear paint all over my body, but we have a duty to fulfill.
But it really brings out the finer qualities in your eyes.
Dinar does not believe you at all, but he laughs anyway.
Nice. As y'all are changing the wagon, this is a couple of days that have gone on now. You've been out here, and everyone who's working on things, whatnot, make a perception check for me.
Ooh, Garrow got a 23.
Dinar wishes he had advantage.
All right. Teo is focused.
Teo really wishes he had advantage
on this wagon wheel. He is really focused on it, and but the rest of you kind of see this group that's walking up, kind of from towards the northern gate, from the road that comes in from the north. Actually, they look kind of familiar. They're not wearing any marked clothing or anything like that. And then you do recognize one person, Garrow specifically, because you remember seeing them when you were up on the rim of the canyon overlooking the camp. Standing next to that tent was that Resmir, the half dragon, that was there. And you see them trying to disguise themselves, but not pulling it off too well. Walking, and there are 4 guards walking around her, basically. And then behind there is a small string of about 5 wagons. I'm sorry, no. They don't have wagons with them. They come up to Celiban's yard to purchase 5 wagons.
Ah.
You see them and you hear them talking to Celiban.
Well, I'll definitely point out to the party the person I recognize. Resmir, is that the name?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll even, if they're trying to disguise themselves, I'll say, guys, look, it's Resmir. And I'll make a little minor illusion in my hand of their undisguised face. Remember this guy?
And you all do recognize, Teo especially, now that it's pointed out to you, you know exactly who this is. It's the half-dragon leader of the cult of the dragon that was down in Greenest.
Ah, trouble. Yes.
Hopefully our disguises hold up.
They will. I know this guy. We go back a long way. Not very bright.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it's kind of towards the end of the 3rd day, and you see coming out of the gate as they make the arrangements, these porters carrying these crates and boxes, bags and satchels of things. Selbin gladly sells them 5 wagons and whatever supplies they need. And then the porters come out and start loading up the wagons. And you hear some of the bodyguards that are around Resimir saying, "Hey, careful with that, and just kind of, those are delicate. Be careful." And they load up the wagons and cover them in canvas, lash everything down. And they pay Celeban an extra 5 gold to keep the wagons until morning.
Interesting. I noticed, looking at the guards, I try to figure out which one of them seemed to be more authoritative, but not Resimir himself. And I go over to them and say, I'd be careful with some of these carts. That one I think has a bad axle. There's one over here that I think will certainly hold up quite a bit better.
And they kind of look at you. For a moment. It's a long pause and look. Thank you, but we'll take our chances with this quality workmanship. We've used them in the past. We know these wagons are roadworthy.
Indeed, I've just been working on them for a while now. That's fine.
He kind of looks at you again for a moment and turns back to Resimir and says we should keep a guard on the wagons overnight.
Oh, we can guard the wagons. We're good at that.
Sullivan looks at you and goes, "Yeah, you guys want to stay up all night and watch these wagons?
No problem.
Extra 10 gold, and it's night duty, so I got to pay you shift differential. So it's extra 10 gold in it for you if you want."
Hey, that sounds good to me.
Consider it done.
All right. And you look around and see other merchants have started getting supplies, and it looks as if they're starting to line wagons up on the side of the road, perhaps a caravan leaving out tomorrow morning, and they are starting to line everything up and get ready to go. You see all kinds of people come out of the outer city, running up to different merchants and asking if they can be, hired on as guard or whatnot. Most of them don't look like they could really hold up to being a guard on a merchant wagon, but they're just trying to get some money. Do you all stick with these wagons in hopes that you'll be hired on in the morning as guards, or do you want to go talk to any of the other merchants?
What do you all think?
I mean, ideally, I would like to be out of sight of the people who have seen us before we disguised ourselves, if possible. But we do at least need to look good in the eyes of the cult.
Well, clearly this is the, I look around and lower my tone of voice. This is Resimir. He's part of the cult leader. He's up there in the organization. He knows people, shall we say. If this is the group that we're supposed to be following, then he certainly, if it's not, he would certainly know who we need to be in connection with, shall we say. It would be to our advantage to be on their good side.
Oh, okay.
I suppose so.
I was thinking maybe we'd go over there and, follow him into a dark alley and just, beat the shit out of him and, But your plan's good too. I think that's good. That's subtle.
No, I can see where it could work both ways.
I appreciate the sentiment, but I feel like the cult will be very angry when they notice he's gone.
Yeah.
You have a point too. Owen?
I think everything sounds like a terrible idea right now, so I'm just along for the ride.
I appreciate the enthusiasm.
So does it seem like if we stick with guarding these these things that Akin told us to guard, that we'll be able to be hired on in the morning?
You don't know.
Did we get that impression at all? Okay.
No, you didn't get that impression at all. It's just this is a job for the night, and the caravan is loading up. And
all right. Well,
there's
no reason why we
Sorry,
can't.
is the caravan here now?
Yeah, the 5 wagons that were just purchased and loaded are being,
Are going to join the
they're
main.
going to join the main. It looks
Okay.
like the main merchant caravan.
What were they loaded with? Did we see?
Crates, bags, satchels, boxes, all of it sealed shut, and then canvassed over and lashed down. None of it was marked with any symbols. It was just nondescript boxes and crates. Could be anything.
Were they any of them closed in a way that they could be easily opened and reclosed without notice being taken?
Go ahead and make an investigate if you want to know all that. You carefully pull up the back of the tarps that are over one of the wagons, and you see that all of these have been nailed shut very securely. And to open them up would possibly damage the crates. But you do have a workshop full of tools.
Yeah, I bet Teo could get it open and shut without leaving too much of a mark.
I probably could, but this might not be quite as difficult as we are all trying to make it. I look over towards Dinar and ask, how do you put this delicately, Jeffrey? But are the goods on these carts loaded in a similar fashion to the carts that you prayed for security?
Yeah,
Did not know that?
it sounds like they look a lot like the same style of loaded cart that we saw in the earlier caravan.
Yeah, they look the same with the basically crates and boxes and then tarps over them, basically lashed down.
We know there's a pretty strong chance that they're filled with treasure.
Yeah. Dinar would say yes, but he's also very concerned because he never told you that, I don't think.
Well, one can only presume.
So, do you want to try to open them up and see what's in them?
I don't think that's necessary. I think we know what's in them, don't we?
Yeah, I
mean,
guess that's
you have
true.
a pretty good guess, and
Yeah, rather than, since we're trying to get hired by these folks, I don't know that rifling through their stuff is the right approach, shall we say? Says the rogue.
There is something you mentioned that I find quite interesting. You talked about a cart with a weak axle. Presumably, whatever they're carrying is heavier than perhaps these carts were designed to carry. I mean, these aren't like super frail carts, but gold is heavy. Treasure is heavy.
Indeed.
So, Dinar is going to look at these carts, but he is certainly no woodwork, and he knows that Teo is. Do you think that these carts are strong enough to hold up to this kind of load without any difficulty? And if so, is there a way that we could modify them, considering we're working on these carts, such that is not the case without people noticing?
Well, listen, Wilson, you bring up a very valid point, but if you remember the terms of the rental on these were just a short-term, one-day kind of rental. This was not for a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or anything like that. So it seems as though this is just a quick jaunt to the next stop, shall we say. And if we can get hired on, we should be able to follow these carts from location to location to location, fixing them so they fixing them so that there is an issue with them, we can do that pretty much at any time. But for right now, I think our primary objective should be to try to follow these carts along and see where they're headed.
Very well.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, this is the time to do a good job.
All right. So we'll just focus on doing a good job for tonight, and then try to get hired on when we see an opportunity.
This does not mean that Teo isn't going to inspect and take a look at what is going on with the other carts that are being loaded up over here to see if there's anything else of interest.
Yeah, the other wagons, if you walk over and see what they are mostly they are mostly just dry goods, simple supply run basically. If you talk to any of the merchants there, they tell you they're making the long trip to Waterdeep. They're all going pretty much the whole way. It's 750-mile journey.
Oof.
It's a long trip.
I'm going to inquire if anybody, on the down low, if anybody's got any hard candies. Think of like rock candy, sugar crystals, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, probably so.
I'd like to get maybe a 1 pound bag of rock candy if I can find it. Something that would take, say, your average middle schooler a week to work through.
Yeah, sure. You could talk to one of the merchants out there has some candy, and he's willing to part with it.
Average middle school takes a week. It take you 2 days.
He's willing to part with it for a couple of silver, just to get you the. This is your
fantastic.
A great thing to have on hand if you ever need to motivate Garrow to do anything.
Yeah.
Indeed.
And he says, so you're leaving with those folks in the morning, eh?
For right now, we're just keeping an eye, making sure nobody messes with their carts.
Well, very well. Yep. I could use some hands. The local help isn't much here. You look like much more accomplished, seasoned travelers than most of the folk we get around here.
I don't know about seasoned. Take a quick sniff. No, I don't know what you're talking about, but what is it that you're proposing?
I need someone that can keep these locals in check. Make sure that they don't dip their hand into the wagon, if it were, and don't run off should we run across any trouble. Would you be interested in something such as that? The pay is fair.
Every man claims the pay is fair. The question is, what is fair?
Well, you get eight gold for a 10-day, plus food and living expenses on the road. Pay for any lodging that you need, any food.
That seems like a very fair offer. Let me get back to you. I thank you for the bag of sweets. There's a couple of folks I want to discuss a few things with. There's a few more issues I need to take care of. I've got to make sure that front cart is properly tied down. I noticed a lashing that was loose earlier and needed adjusting. I want to go back and double check to make sure that it is properly lashed down. But let me get back with you.
Very well. And If your rest of your party's interested, I'd hire them on as well for 5 gold per 10-day, and food and expenses. But if I did that, I'd just leave the locals here. But let me know by morning. We leave at dawn.
I will do that.
And
I head back to the rest of the party and bring up the offer and scratch my head going, geez, what was it that Leosin wanted us to do exactly? This silly memory, when you get as old as I am, playing up the hair, powder and making sure that it is still properly affixed, and such.
Oh, well, he said we should try to infiltrate the caravan. Sounds like this is our shot. And, once we're in, we can learn exactly what they're planning with all this treasure. And maybe, figure out where exactly it's all going.
Well, it looks like we have a plan here, and I reach into the bag of sweets and grab a small handful of the rock candy and hand it over. Garrow, I got this for you, and hand over a small handful of the candy, and I take a small piece and pop it in my mouth as well.
Oh, wow, this is and Garrow's gonna lick it. Is it? Oh, wow, this is delicious. Thanks.
Absolutely.
And he's like gonna crunch right into it and just devour the candy and so good.
Right on.
I'm imagining it's like a blue-colored rock candy, which is my favorite color.
Sure, it's blue rock candy. Absolutely.
And I open the bag up and I hand it over towards Owen and go, Elwyn, would you like a piece?
Just wave. No, I'm good. It's not meat flavored, is it?
No.
Oh no, it tastes like delicious sweet flavor.
And I looked down towards Dinar and go, David, would you like a piece?
All right, thank you, good sir.
Oh. Dinar and Owen, while they've been enjoying the candy and discussing all of this, is there anything that either of you want to do while you're kind of just sitting around these wagons?
I can't think of anything specific.
Okay.
Well, it sounds like we got an offer to join, that guy's group in the caravan. So, got to make sure that we let him know by morning that sounds like we're going to set out at dawn.
So I'll take this opportunity to go. Good point. The memory, it fades when you get older, and I said I'll go make arrangements right now.
Sounds good.
And head down and make the appropriate arrangements.
Very well. I'll see you in the morning. Be prepared for 2 months' travel. Maybe a bit more depending on weather and animals, but 2 months should get us there. You can tell he's very confident in this. He's probably done this a few times. Since we leave at dawn, I'll be the first.
Where's the caravan going again?
Waterdeep. It's a 750-mile trip, and you're going to travel about 15 miles a day as a caravan. So, not breaking any land speed records here. You all take turns as the night goes on, and Dinar, while it's your turn up, make a perception check.
All right, hold on. I need to go find my sheet. Oh. Well, that's an 18.
As you're kind of walking around, everybody else is resting, meditating, snoozing, snoring, whatever. You're walking around the little shop area there, keeping an eye out, and you see off in the distance, against the light of the sky, 9 figures heading out from this kind of the western wall of Baldur's Gate on horseback, and they ride to a point where it looks like they would intercept the road and then ride off in the distance at a fast clip. You couldn't make out who they were, but there were 9 individuals that left out. That was just before dawn. As you see that, you realize what time it is, and you start rousing everyone up. And folks start coming out of the gate, heading to the caravan, start loading up. It starts waking up pretty quickly, and the world starts happening.
Dinar is going to mention to the rest of the party what he saw. It's like, I saw these figures. There were 9 of them, and they seemed like they were riding off in a hurry.
Hold on. 9 mysterious figures in the morning.
Yep.
Interesting. I wonder what this means.
Maybe that was all the leaders of the cult.
Yeah.
You see 12 folks come out. They walk over to the wagons. Thank you, and they say, we'll take it from here. Thank you. And
Very well.
They kind of go ahead.
I make sure that I circle back to the wagon merchant to make sure I settle up my bill and to let him know that we will be moving on with this caravan.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And he pays you the 4 days plus the 1 night, so 30 gold pieces earned for each of you over the course of the 4 days and night that you worked for him. And he says, good luck to you. It's a long journey.
Indeed it is.
Thanks. Appreciate the help.
I appreciate the coin.
And I think this is a good time to take a break and do our first drawing for our giveaway. What do you all think? Just before you
Sounds
head
good
out,
to me.
We'll do a quick drawing. Make sure everybody that if you're not already entered, use the exclamation point enter to enter into the drawing for the dice. We have Kraken dice mini sets of 12 dice. There are 3 D20s, a set of D10s, a D12, 4 D6s, D8, and a D2, which is a coin die with a 1 and a Kraken. Too many tickets. Oh, Silky, you already entered. You can only enter once. Sorry, yep, you can only enter the contest once. Make sure you are in our Discord. Right. The link's up above.
I will be right back.
Yeah, sure. And we'll do the drawing, and then we will take a quick break, and then we'll be back to the game as we continue our Hallow stream for the day. So let me jump over here to the giveaway. We have 5 entries. Just give everybody just a quick second. If that's we just jumped in viewer count, so I'm gonna say it again. If there's anybody out there who hasn't entered the giveaway, go ahead and enter the giveaway. Now, all right, I'm going to go ahead and close this giveaway and draw a winner. And the winner is Lord Thorin. Haha. Congratulations, Lord Thorin. You won the giveaway with a 20% chance to win because there were only 5 people in the giveaway. So message me or any of the mods in the Discord, and we'll send you a picture of the dice. You can choose your color here during the break. And we'll get your info and get these dice on their way to you as soon as possible. As for everyone else, we will restart the giveaway right when we come back from break and give away another set of Kraken dice. Yeah, these are nice. These are really cool little mini dice too. So they're small, but they're really, really cool. So we'll give away another set right after the break, or right at the end of today's Hoard of the Dragon Queen. Sorry, we'll restart the giveaway. Other than that, give us just a few minutes, folks, and we will be back with more of the Hoard of the Dragon Queen and the Hallow Stream special. We'll be right back. And we are back. Yes, indeed. Welcome back, everybody. So congratulations once again to Lord Thorin for winning the dice of our first giveaway. The emerald green dice are now gone. Make sure that you re-enter the giveaway using !enter. If you were in the last one and didn't win, feel free to re-enter. Thorin, if you don't mind, sit this one out, let everyone else have another shot at winning some dice. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us today and entering the giveaway. We have these wonderful, beautiful little mini dice from Kraken. For those of you just joining us, that we're giving away today, Kraken Dice Minis. Our adventure
with the first physical D2 I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's I have several of them actually. Now they're a Kraken on one side and a 1 on the other, so it's just a coin. It's just a coin flip, really. So, and then I also have big sets. These are the giant D20s. Well, not the giant. These are the big D20s. They have one bigger than this too. But so we're giving away the 12-piece sets of mini dice today. We have 9 sets left to give away and 10 hours of games still to play. So about a set per hour. How about that? Sit out the rest of the dice, huh? Okay, well, we shall see. Thorin is also playing in the next game, so good luck to you all in that Call of Cthulhu game later on today. That one's going to run a little short-timed, so we may bump up the start time of our last game from, I think it's right now, it's scheduled for 9 o'clock. We may bump that up to 8. It just depends on when that Call of Cthulhu game stops. So we're not going to turn the stream off at any point during our streamathon today, so just stay tuned in all day. Make sure you enter the giveaways every time we put one up, and you get a chance to win some dice. Make sure that if you are entering or not entering, whichever the case may be, you join our Discord so that you can, if you do win, we can get your info so we can get you the dice. So our adventurers are preparing to head out on a 2-month trip, monitoring the shipment of treasure that the Cult of the Dragon has amassed from Greenest and points south on the Sword Coast, as they are can't hear Greenest and points south. I've got audio on my end. It may be your end there, Ego Rabbit.
Probably quite a bit of treasure from Baldur's Gate 2.
Yes, I do see that everything is audio correct on my end here in the OBS, so might be on your end. Is anyone else having audio issues out there in chat? Let us know, so we can make any adjustments we need to as we get going. Yes.
I can hear the Twitch audio on my end.
All right, so as they prepare for their long journey northward to Waterdeep, they will be taking couple of different roads, but a long caravan of about 15 wagons has lined up on the side of the road and is getting ready to head out from Baldur's Gate. You all have your new weapons, new armor, your new job as merchant guards to this one wagon where Teo had bought some candy the night before.
Horses?
You don't have horses. You could get them on the way out if you wanted to, but this caravan is pretty slow moving.
Right. It's a slow caravan. I guess we don't really need them. But if y'all want to get them, by all means, let's go horse shopping.
Petunia too.
Yeah, I was thinking a different flower name maybe for this one.
Rosebud. Hey, chat, use your channel points to name the players' horses. Use that NPC naming button down there and name the players' horses. But
Garrow likes flower names for his horses, so just keep that in mind.
Ego Rabbit, at least we have the captions up, so even if you can't hear, you can read what we're saying, even if the captions sometimes miscaption what we Fred. Oh, and he got his
Fred the
audio back.
horse.
Fred the horse, and Thorin has recovered the point. There it is. Sparkles. Nice. Hey, I see what you did there. That's a throwback to last night's Fluxentine game. Sparkles. Oh, man.
Well, I'll take Sparkles.
All right. Yep, and the horses here on this side of town, basically, they don't look all that worn out. They're pretty fresh horses, and excuse me, they have they're selling all these horses here for 40 gold pieces apiece.
Well, good horse is a good thing to have, so 40 gold it is. Garrow's not the haggling type, so he'll buy Sparkles for 40 gold.
All right. And your contact there, he comes up to you just as you're about to pull off. He goes, I almost forgot. I was told, sent a message that you all are supposed to receive this. I don't know what it is, but it's quite heavy. And he hands you a bag, a little pouch.
It's all right. We'll take the pouch and take a look and see what we were meant to have.
You remember, as you take the pouch, that you were going to be given a part of your payment upon arrival at Baldur's Gate. And you look inside, and sure enough, there is a ruby the size of a man's hand, basically, in this pouch.
I thank the messenger and give him 2 silver pieces and send him on his way.
Yep, you won't be needing those silver anymore. We don't deal in silver. And away the wagons start to pull up and pull away, and a riding you shall go.
Did y'all get horses too?
Dinar's actually going to do with that.
Okay.
No, I'll definitely pick up a horse while I'm here. Now that money's no object.
Right?
Sorry, are you going to keep that 1,000 gold for yourself?
Well, I don't know about keeping it for myself, but let's just say I'll keep an eye on it for now.
I see.
All right.
I think I'm going to remain on foot as well.
Going to remain on foot. So Dinar and Owen are going to remain on foot. Garo and Teo are riding horseback. Right on. Life on the road is dusty and hot, tiresome. There's not much stopping except occasionally 2 or 3 times a day to water the animals and give them a little feed and rest. And then moving on. At night, most of the wagons just pull off to the side of the road, maybe 25 or 30 feet, in clearings that are well established. You notice the caravans that you identified as the cultists' caravan wagons. Why is that so loud? It's not supposed to be that loud. There we go. Maybe that's better. They don't really necessarily bunch up during the day or at night when they camp. And they don't interact with the other merchants. In fact, none of the merchants really interact here. They all just kind of keep to their wagons and keep moving on.
So even when they're moving, the cult wagons are not all next to each other?
They're in line with each other, but they don't mix and mingle, I guess is a good way to say it.
So there's basically a set order.
Yeah, there's pretty much a set order, and you all are in towards the front. The merchant that you hired, you said he would be leading, but he's not. Some other merchants came and not in the night and got in front of him, and he's a little disgruntled by this. He likes being in front because he doesn't like having the road dust kicked in his face.
I mean, who does?
I mean, yeah, and you have to walk over the other animal poop as it hits the road, and you're not first at the watering hole, so that gets muddied up. It's just not good to not be first.
And is that other dragon form traveling with this caravan? The one with the R name?
No. You do not see Resmir, actually, or the guards that came with them the night before. Seemed to be 2 guards per wagon. It would pretty much, they're just riding along. One on the wagon and one on a horse next to it. They don't really talk much to each other or anything. Oh, Ego, you've played this. No spoilers. Unless you tell me so that I can, use it against them.
I think Garrow probably is not riding his horse too much. He just kind of wanted to have a companion. Plus he's like really big, and so he rides a little bit, but walks the horse a lot of the time.
Okay.
And Teo is mounted more often than not. For one thing, he likes to be higher than those that are walking and can keep a better eye on what's going on around him. And it also gives him the opportunity to fiddle with that damn puzzle some more.
Right.
Yeah, and gotta rest those weary old bones.
How far away are the cult's wagons from where we are in the train?
They're about 4 wagons back. So there's a wagon in front of you guys, then there's you guys, then there's 3 wagons, and then there's their 5 or 6 wagons. What did I say, 5 or 6? I think I said 6 because there are 12 guards. So there are 6 wagons. So.
And as we move, and continue to travel, Teo will, absent-mindedly drift farther back in the caravan, and then look up and go, how did I get here? Kind of a thing, and try to recover by looking over to the guard next to him or the merchant next to him, and strike up some small talk.
Yeah. Most folks are pretty chatty. Basically, it is just that, though, small talk, nothing of any substance.
Well, I'll circle back around to, how often have you made this trip? Is there, what can you expect? What are the mountains like? Road conditions, bandits, dragon attacks, that kind of stuff.
Bandits, dragons, most people have made this trip many, many times. Most of the folks that you talk to on the first day. And typically they don't have too many problems. Occasionally there's, the bandit attacks and that sort of things. Sometimes they'll have new people join the caravan as it travels. Some people will leave, typical stuff that happens. But for the most part, you get the sense that these are boring, monotonous days of just riding the road.
Sounds delightful as I look down to my puzzle box and continue to twist and turn pieces and try to figure out how the hell does the mechanism that allows this piece to go this way, and this way, and still hold on to the piece work.
Arrow, for his part, is just sort of babying his horse Sparkles, trying to pick like things that horses like to eat. I guess dandelions, maybe. I don't know.
Sure.
And give the horse treats whenever possible. Again, not riding it too often, except for to get it a little exercise from time to time with a nice gallop. But mostly just walking alongside the horse and picking, dandelions and horse fodder.
Okay. What about Dinar?
Dinar is mostly keeping to himself. He is actually, trying to keep an eye out for anything that might actually come and ambush them on the road. But sort of after, day after day, he's not expecting that much. After realizing there are quite a few guards on this caravan, and like you would probably need quite a large force of bandits or something to actually legitimately threaten them. And after that, he's going to turn his attention to the wagons that the dragon cult is using, and sort of basically just keep an eye on them, see if there are any familiar faces.
One thing that Teo is doing as he's moving back and forth through the caravan is he's always keeping an eye on Dinar's, how do you call it, paint job? And if I'm noticing any spots that need touching up or anything like that, I'll come up to him and put a hand on a back or things like that with a little bit of the green paint to try to blend and smooth out things and make sure that he's fully touched up, as we go, and then relay the information that I've found out about the caravan trip and what can be expected to find and such.
So
probably all have to
is this
step forward.
entire caravan headed to Waterdeep, or are there portions of it that are going to break off or go further?
From the information you've gathered, pretty much everybody's going to Waterdeep. Yeah, it seems like the whole caravan, and it's best to move in a big caravan like this together. As to your point, there's more bodies, more guards, less risk.
So, the guards for the dragon cult wagons, do they seem to be part of the cult, or do they just seem to be randos that they hired to guard?
No, they don't have any distinguishing marks on them that would, any kind of uniform or symbols or anything like that would identify them as members of the cult. So they could just be random guards that the cult hired. You don't recognize
Dinar is
any
going
of them.
to first he's going to cast guidance on himself, and then he wants to see if he can recall or have picked up at some point. Why would the cult want to be heading to Waterdeep? Is there something in Waterdeep that is specifically related to Tiamat or dragons, or is it a cult convention? Probably not.
Roll a history.
Right.
I'll give you a shot at knowing this.
My history is +1. Nope, not with that.
Nope, you don't know why they would be heading this way, other than that dragons like the mountains, and perhaps Waterdeep is just a turning point in the road to head to some mountains, for all you know.
I imagine all of us are touching up our disguises at night pretty often. Those of us who have more elaborate things, like Garrow's, making sure his hair and mohawk stay green and mohawked, and his face paint stays painted on.
Okay.
And if Teo can manage to work out the question, actually, Teo will just straightforward ask David, what he's got that pensive look on his face as he's chewing on a particular problem, and I'll ask him, what is it that you're wrestling with there, fine Dorian?
Clearly, this entire caravan is headed to Waterdeep. We know that this section is headed to Waterdeep, and we know that the caravan is sticking together. Waterdeep obviously is a hub of trade, but I'm trying to figure out why would the entirety of this caravan be headed here? This seems like a large caravan, in a, with a very obvious, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. This seems like a large caravan to be headed to Waterdeep.
Interesting questions. Interesting questions. Let me think on that a little bit, and if I can remember anything or come up with anything, I'll pass it on to the rest of our party members and see if they can have any tidbit of information that may help with this particular interesting query that you've got going here.
Yeah, so
right.
he tells
Thank
you
you
this.
very
You
much.
can also roll a history to see if you ever heard anything about anything in the cult's north while you were there and while you were a member of the cult.
Oh,
In
come on!
fact,
History rolls are cursed.
Yes,
in fact,
yes,
I'm
they
really
are.
good at solving the puzzles. The history stuff, not so much.
Not so much, yeah.
Well, it's definitely not something that Darrow's proficient in, so I'm sure he doesn't know it either. He's just, he knows that Leosin wanted him to keep an eye on the cult, and he's confident that when the moment's right, he'll know it, and he'll take action.
Well, and when Teo hears this, he turns to Jaro, was it? Darrow? Caro?
Something like that.
Barrow
Pharaoh.
Barrow's his disguise. So.
Barrow.
I turn to him and I say, it's never underestimate any small thing may help. It's always worth taking a moment and scratching the brain and shaking the cobwebs loose, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. It's sort of like my master Leosin always says, you gotta exercise the body and the mind to be a good fighter.
Indeed. You fail every shot that you do not take.
This is true.
That's very wise. As Garrett pats on Sparkle's mane.
As you all make it a couple days out, leaving Baldur's Gate far behind you, we'll say 3 days probably. You're out kind of in the middle of the fields of dead, and
Fields of Dead.
yeah, you see ahead the lead merchant holds his hand up in a manner to indicate we need to stop. The caravan comes to a slow rolling stop, and people start, what's going on? What's happening? Why are we stopped?
Whoa
You
there,
know?
Sparkles. Whoa.
As you head up to check it out, you notice that there is a freight wagon not far ahead, stranded, looks broken down maybe. Its draft animals appear to be dead, laying in the road. And it looks like they've kind of barricaded the wagon.
Interesting. Just out of curiosity, from this distance, what do the chains look like on the wagon? Do they need polishing?
No, but what you do see as you're looking, giving it a closer look, it appears that there are some goblinoid creatures. There's about 6 of them, and while they're bunkered underneath the guards and whatnot are bunkered underneath the wagon, the goblinoid creatures have really done a number on it. They're kind of smashing the sides of the wagon and trying to get to them. What do you all want to do?
Well, Garrow definitely, if they're goblinoid, is going to approach, and probably would approach anyway, just because something's happening, and he's really excited.
Dinara's, oh god.
So
Dinara's going to ask the person who hired him, like, what do you want us to do in this situation?
he mounts up and heads towards the goblins.
So, Dinar, as you ask the merchant, you see Garo mount up on his horse and just kind of trot off in the direction of the stranded wagon. He says, "Well, I don't want you to run off and leave me like that. I want you to keep me safe. Those are hobgoblins. They'll kill us. It looks like that. They like to wait until dark and then spring an attack with more than you see. There's probably some hiding off in the grasses, camouflaged. And
If Garrow could, when he approaches, he'll offer a greeting in Goblin, to these, hobgoblins or whatever they are. Once I get closer.
Yeah, you would recognize them once you get closer. They're definitely hobgoblins, and
I would also, after my greeting, depending on what they do in response, I'll still sort of say, you should probably get out of here. These people don't really take kindly to goblinoids too much. And seems like you just attacked a caravan. Not going to go well if you tangle with us. Why don't you run away now?
And the one who appears to be in charge, he looks at you and goes, you're going to protect them. He's in Goblin to you.
I do what I got to do.
And he says,
paying job.
He says to his hobgoblins, there are about 6 of them that are currently assailing the wagon, basically just crunching it with their clubs and weapons. And I'll take care of this one. Kill them. And he comes striding over towards you.
You're going to make a big mistake here.
It's you that has made the mistake.
Could I possibly try to intimidate him with my physique and just confidence?
Intimidate. Yeah, go ahead and...
Let's give this roll a try. Come on. Oh my god. Terrible roll. Terrible roll.
That's not...
Garrow's just too friendly by nature.
Yep. He's let's see, did I put that on the right layer? Nope. He's walking over towards you and he just kind of you flex at him, but he's not impressed at all, and he just kind of laughs.
I'll hop off Sparkles and pat the horse and have it run away.
The rest of you are kind of just off map back here, watching him. Garrow is being approached by this rather ugly-looking hobgoblin.
How far away is he?
Oh, he's probably ridden off a pretty good ways. 60 or so feet, 75 feet from you, probably.
All right, well, Dinar is going to sort of step about 10 feet forward, or 15 feet forward, because he needs to be 60 feet away. And he's going to get ready for when the fight starts. But he's not, he is going to be next to the caravan, because he was told to guard this caravan, but he can provide range support.
Okay.
Garrow's sort of looking like he wants to, see if this is the leader who's challenging him. He feels like, if he takes this one out, maybe they'll all run away. But if they all attack, then they're all gonna get hurt.
I'm not stalling. Roll 20 is stalling. I'm not stalling. Roll 20 is.
No, we understand. It is a problem with roll 20.
I may have to actually refresh my roll 20 here real quick.
All right. Yeah, I mean that does happen sometimes. I'm
Luckily,
reviewing my my many cool combat skills.
Yeah.
Which I'm
reviewing which spells do I have that have a range of 60 feet.
And I'm looking around going, I wonder where I can find cover to hide.
Okay.
There we go. It's loading.
Now you want to test out that shiny new crossbow?
Indeed.
I can attack from 120 feet, so I don't even have to be on the screen on the map to attack.
Oh,
Nice.
Just warlock things.
Eldritch Blast. Warlock Magic Missile. All right, roll 20 is back for me, so yay, it has loaded. Unfortunately, I lost all my other roll 20 open windows, which is probably what made it bork up in the first place.
Yeah.
Need that one. And that one. And that one. Just needed 3 little windows open. So he gets probably 15 feet from you, and he just kind of grunts at you, that goblin battle grunt, and you know he's willing to fight you. So if you want this one-on-one, it'll be initiative, and anybody who wants to join in can also roll initiative.
This is a classic goblin thing. Gareth thinks that if he can take out this leader, he'll have a good chance of scaring everyone else off. So
Dinar is going to roll
16.
initiative, but he's not going to interfere. I don't have a token, but I got a 15 for
Yeah, you'll have to put, or I can add you in, I guess.
We have
I can just drag myself, I think.
Where would we coming in from the south or from the north in this map?
You would be coming in
gigantic.
from the south. Yes. You'd be coming in from the south. Wow, your token's huge.
Classic Teo mistake of not clicking his token first.
That's okay. I can add
would I just be where my token was, or should I move myself more southward?
you can put your token wherever southward you want to. It's fine.
It's going to be right next to the big guy here.
And then we got Teo. And... Oh, you added yourself? Okay. That's fine.
I did, yes.
And Teo, you rolled a 23.
I'm not sure why the initiative thing spells my name wrong, but
Because that's how your character sheet's spelled, probably.
whatever.
What is going on?
Whoa!
Why is it doing this? Roll20 is acting really dumb, y'all. I'm trying to resize the token, and it's like scrolling to the map.
Upon seeing that, the goblin runs away.
Right? We're professionals, folks. Don't try this at home.
A giant elf appears and crushes everyone on the map. The battlefield is just decimated.
Yes.
The giant elves of Keebler.
Oh boy, fun stuff. Fun stuff. All right. Teo, you're first in initiative. Did you want to do anything this round, or are you gonna, as I grab the other hobgoblins and bring them out?
I was looking around for cover and that kind of stuff. Basically, I'm going to hold action for the time being to see how Garrow does with this particular first encounter, and if it looks like he needs some backup, I'll try to provide some fire support.
All right. 5, one more. 6. They would be actually up here, beyond you guys, to the north. These hobgoblins are all around this wagon here. There we go.
Scale on this map's correct.
Yeah,
Okay.
it should be fine. So, Teo, you're holding. Then, Garo, it'll be you.
Yep. Garrow's going to shout out to the rest of the party, don't interfere. This is between us. And he's going to attack the hobgoblin with, first, his reinforced great club, featuring the goblin inscription. Oh, my God.
Oh,
So terrible first roll.
and that's
clearly.
a critical failure.
Yeah.
Go ahead, roll me a d6.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Slash roll 1d6. 4.
All right, 4. And you rear back with just about everything you have. And when you come swinging around with this club, you just lose the grip on it. And it scatters across the ground and landing over here in the grass. Ignore the river. That's not actually any water here. This is just a random road battle map. It lands over here on the other side of this rock.
Oh, I knew I should have
Settles.
washed my hands after eating that buttered chicken earlier. That's embarrassing, but Garrow does have martial arts, so I believe could I still, even though I failed that attack, attempt to do an unarmed strike?
Do you have a bonus action?
I believe that martial arts is let's see.
Because that would be an attack, which would be an action.
Can you use the attack action, or with your monk weapon, you can make one unarmed strike as a bonus action. Yeah.
So unarmed
my
strike.
bonus-
Yep.
Yeah. Bonus action. I'm gonna use a key to make that flurry of blows. So a
Nice.
punch and a kick. 1, 2, 15
Ooh.
and a 19.
Pretty sure both of those are gonna be solid hits. Yes, as he looks very armored. However, no, the 15 does not hit. I'm sorry, the 19 does. The 19 hits and does 7 damage. He just kind of laughs at you as your kick lands solidly in his chest, and you hear the clink of your boot hitting a solid breastplate underneath his tunic. He is heavily armored, and he looks at you and goes, "Oh, no weapons!" And he throws down his weapons. As
Ooh, that's a miss. Okay, I like
and
that.
he says, he throws his hands up. Okay, goblins are gonna fight goblins fair, right? So
I like that.
Yeah. And he's gonna
The
take
Goblin Code.
Yes, exactly. Goblin code. He's gonna take a swing at you. He actually threw down a greatsword in his fury of anger. Oh, too bad I'm not having a. And his two. Oh, he too has a critical failure on his second swing, and you hear something rip as he swings once and then swings again with his left hand, and his arm just goes completely limp on his left side, and he will be rolling his attacks at disadvantage.
Should have stretched, buddy. I say in Goblin.
Advantage toggle. There we go. Disadvantage. There we go. I've got him now at disadvantage. Anybody else? Teo? Owen? And Dinar, both of you have heard the "do not interfere" from Garu.
I'm gonna hold action.
Yeah, I mean, seems like Garrow's handling this. So Dinar's also going to ready in action in case something else ambushes them. But otherwise, let Garrow do this.
You see none of the other guards from the caravan are joining you either. They're kind of just holding back to see what happens. So if this is pretty much unless something happens and Garrow gets on the ropes against the hobgoblins, everybody else just kind of gonna hold back.
Just a bare knuckles exchanging of blows. If it's my turn again, I'll do my unarmed strike, and I'll use another key point to make it flurry of blows. So that's 3 unarmed strikes. 1. Does that work?
Yep.
One,
It's just
2,
hit.
3. Ooh.
Hit, fail. Roll at d6.
Right, here we go.
2, that's 13 more. Wow.
Ooh, a 1. What's that
1.
mean?
You feel something in your shoulder go pop as you swing your last blow, and your left arm is now pretty much useless.
Dislocated, huh?
Dislocated your shoulder after 2 good solid hits with 13 points of damage.
Good thing I got 3 other limbs. I'm just as good at kicking and striking.
Nice. This is really turning out to be a fair fight between 2 goblinoid creatures. Both of them are one-armed. Instead of getting his 2 attacks, now he's just going to take the 1. And that would be a 20 even with disadvantage.
That'll hit.
That'll hit. And I didn't want to full screen that. Strength plus 2. Okay, so. Three damage. He lays a solid blow across you.
Got it.
It looks like Garo has the upper hand at the moment. The hobgoblin captain, he's kind of grunting and huffing. His arm looks pretty limp. And I guess it'll be unless anybody else wants to do anything here.
Nope.
I'll try to end this quick. I'll try to end this
Hold
quick.
action.
I think I'm going to try to flank a little bit over towards the right-hand side of the screen a little bit.
Over this way?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, ready for my next attack?
All right, yep. Go for it.
I'll use my third key point. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, 16. Does that one hit? I remember the 15s didn't.
The 16 does not hit.
Okay.
Nope. So you go in, and he just kind of blocks each one of them. And he's a pretty good fighter, it would appear.
Yeah,
He counters back immediately with a 15.
Nope, that won't hit.
So you
I will
block him,
dodge it.
and we're just back and forth, exchanging blows.
All right, last key point. Might as well use it. 1,
Going for
2,
broke.
3.
20,
The
25, that's another 12. You get him 2 good, solid hits, and he is dizzied. He's blinking. He shakes his head. And he spits, and blood comes out of his mouth as he spits, as you have landed a solid cross to him. He swings back at you with an 18. Kind of
No,
squinting. Nope, doesn't hit. He
Doesn't miss.
swings wildly, misses you. Go ahead and
I'll try to finish him. So 20 and a 17.
20 and a 17 both hit, and doing 18 damage with a strong uppercut. You lay out the hobgoblin captain. He falls with a thud to the ground, actually landing on the hilt of his greatsword. The hobgoblins around the wagon look over, and seeing what has happened, they pause for a moment.
I'll face them with my bloody fists up.
They look
Says,
at you.
Get out of here. And I'll yell at them. Get out of here.
You yell at them.
You've got no chance.
All right. And in fact, they do indeed scatter. Oops, not the wagon. The wagon doesn't disappear. The hobgoblins do.
The wagon somehow also scatters.
The wagon was over the hobgoblins. I had to move it out of the way. The hobgoblins run off into the forest. The caravan behind you applauds your effort, and
All right,
You
nice.
see some-
Darrow likes to be praised.
yeah, you see the crates get pushed out from under the wagon ahead of you, and a couple folks crawl out. They look around, crossbows in hand, and reach down and help up a very well-dressed couple from under the wagon. The wagon was fairly nice looking now that you can see it. It's appears to be a noble of some kind traveling, and but now the wagon is pretty well broken. Well, you have driven off the hobgoblins.
Well, hey there. Took care of your hobgoblin problem for you.
Hobgoblin problem?
Yeah. My name's Barrow, by the way. I know I look like a goblin too. That's why I speak goblin. But I'm one of the caravan guards for this group back here. So you haven't got anything to worry about from me.
And they slowly lower their crossbows and look at you in the caravan and go, well, we get some help getting this thing fixed up. We've got a long journey ahead of us.
Yeah, I'm sure that we got some people who could help out. And I'll just, gesture them over to the rest of the caravan and sort of let, the assistance be offered by those who are good at that stuff.
All right. You go over and examine the hobgoblin captain that you basically just beat to death.
Goblin code.
Yeah, roll and investigate for me.
All right. Let me check this guy out. Maybe I recognize where he's from. I know a little thing about goblin tribes, probably.
Yeah.
Investigation. Come on, Garrow. A 7. Yikes.
You don't know specifically what tribe he is from, but he is wearing a icon on his armor, and it looks like he's painted the head of a warg on his shield, and there's a lot of wolf parts and whatnot in his armor as well, and clothing, fangs, claws, furs.
I would take maybe if he's got like a fang necklace or something as a memento, but
Yeah.
other than that, I'll probably just I'd like to bury him with his great sword stuck in as a gravestone.
Okay. Yeah, you can find a place to do that pretty easily. Everyone
Yeah,
else,
just
what
off
are
the
you
side of
doing?
the road.
Well, Garo goes over and starts digging a hole for this hobgoblin, showing him.
Hey. Teo's going to go over to the hobgoblin and search him thoroughly just to make sure everything was found and discovered, and scratch his head and see if he can recognize anything going on with this guy as well.
Garrow shrugs. It's just stinky wolf parts, but
Okay.
feel free to poke around.
Yeah, you can roll and investigate. You may know something.
Ooh.
Oh, with
There
a
we
24, yeah, apparently you do. He is of the Urshani hobgoblins. They are pretty much the most savage hobgoblins in the area, and they are not afraid of anything. They will attack anyone at any time, and they adorn themselves with wolf parts and worship the wolves. So.
I see. But nothing else on him, no.
Not just the great sword, and his armor, which is all dented up now and dinged up. He's wearing half plate, but
Gotcha.
it's woven together, like I said, with wolf fur and fangs that are part of the clasps and stuff like that. So it's
Bits of wolf leather, probably. Here and there.
No, it's got to look epic.
Yeah, well, I don't think any of us are quite able to pull off that look.
Not with my bursitis.
So I guess I'll just finish burying him after Teo's done, and that's that for Mr. Hobgoblin guy. What about these nobles though? What are they up to now?
they're very shaken. They are trying to clean themselves off, dust themselves off. Never before have they had an attack like that happen. Obviously shaken,
Not stirred?
not stirred. They do thank you for your bravery and for your efforts to rescue them from their plight. And
Hey, I was just glad for a little bit of excitement after a few days on the road, just picking daffodils.
they are willing to buy your horses from you so that they can ride on and get to the next hostel
Oh, well, Sparkles here is a good horse, but since you need him, I could sell him to you. Just
And-
treat him nice.
And they give you 50 gold for Sparkles.
Perfect. That's a great price. So, Garrow bids farewell to Sparkles. He knows that these things, these things happen. People part ways with horses, and just hopes that he's good to his new owners.
All right.
What's going on with this cart that was being dismantled?
This one here,
No, the one that was in the main
Nobles,
pathway.
the Nobles cart. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
basically just broken down. It was broken by the hobgoblins during the attack. The wheels are broken on it. They don't have enough spares to put them back together. So
I'm paying close attention to the nobles and what it is that they're rifling through on the cart. I assume they're looking for to take whatever they can with them. I assume, and I think Garrow was the only one who sold his horse, so they're doubling up.
actually, they're not. They're going to stay with the wagon and their 3 guards while the coachman takes the horse and rides in to get. There's a hostel not far.
Okay.
Not far from you, actually. In fact, you're getting kind of close. Let me just see if I'm right in this before I say it.
Garrow's cleaning the blood off his knuckles and whatnot.
15 miles a day. I said it was 4 days. Is that what I'd said? So 60 miles. Put you about there. Yeah, there's a hostel not far away. He can make it there and back. It'll be well into the night when he gets back, but he can bring back some horses from there for the nobles. Unless anyone in the caravan's willing to give them a lift, of course. It will take much longer for them to get there, though. They're not too crazy about that idea, as they would be then exposed and vulnerable to another attack, should these hobgoblins come back.
And leave the cart with their possessions.
Mm-hmm. They would have to leave their possessions behind, so... The caravan can make its way around this wagon. It's kind of a coach wagon.
Onward.
All right. I'm going to put a dot here on the map, kind of where that happened.
Garrow will go up to the rest of the party and say, "Sorry, I hogged all the fun there, guys. I'll let you get to the next one."
We were ready if the other hobgoblins decided to try something stupid.
Yeah.
But it seems like they didn't.
Yeah, I know you were, and I appreciate that. I had a feeling that this guy might respect the Goblin Code.
I look over to Dinar and go, Dallas, do you have the ability to maybe pop that shoulder back in for Garrow so he's not,
Oh yeah,
in so much pain?
Dinar will whip out his healer's kit and bandage up Garrow.
Oh, that feels a lot better now. Thanks. Oh,
And Teo, knowing what truly will make things better, reaches back and grabs the bag of sweets, the candies, and hands the bag over to Garrow and say that you earned a piece. Here, take some.
Garrow treats. Awesome. Yeah, Garrow will take a nice pinch of candy and start tossing the little crystals into his mouth happily.
Excellent. Well done. Well done. I've never seen anyone do that with hobgoblins before. That was quite impressive.
Yeah, well, we grew up in the sewers fighting like that all the time. So, but he was tough, I'll tell you that.
Clearly, I could see that, and it was a very astute trick of yours to. The first thing you do is throw your weapon away. Me, I would have attacked with that right off the bat. I would have led with that, but that was a very clever move.
Oh yeah, I should probably find that. Is Garrow able to find his great coat?
Oh yeah, you can go find it pretty easily.
All right. Yeah, actually, it slipped right out of my hand. I think that buttered chicken I had for lunch, maybe caused a little. But it worked out, didn't it? Because, I didn't want to get chopped up by a great sword.
Daryl, let me tell you a little thing about how this guard thing works. It's best to say, "Oh yes, I did that right off the bat as a show of force, a show of strength." Not it slipped out of my hand because of buttered chicken.
Oh yeah, you know what? That's smart thinking, Teo. I'll keep that in mind.
Indeed.
All right. You carry on. The night does fall. You get another maybe 10 miles up the road. Night falls. And everyone's a little on edge after the fight. So the caravan actually gets pretty bunched up pretty tight to make sure that they can all kind of look out for each other. But nothing happens that night. The night goes on. The next day, you get up and head out, and you actually travel for a couple of days. Nothing happens. It does begin to rain one day, and
hey, umbrella time.
Yes, Dinar will pull out his fancy dragon-bearing rain-blocking device and hold it over his head.
some of the merchants and other guards just kind of shake their head at you, and you hear a couple of them talking about city folk and not out for these tough environments and that sort of thing. But after a while, those comments kind of stop, and
Yeah.
they're
Dinar
cold and
indicates
wet.
that he has a bunch of scrolls and he does not want them to get rained on.
Yeah, you kind of pat your scroll back. But
Yes.
after a couple of hours of walking in the rain, and they're cold and wet, and you are not, they soon see the wisdom in your choice.
When the rain starts, Teo puts on the obligatory rogue's, cloak kind of thing, and flops that over his head and goes back to working on that damn puzzle box. It's been a while since he's been able to get anything to line up and to work for him.
Yeah, you've had a couple of days where you've just undone the whole thing, and then gotten the couple of sides back to where they were, and then just couldn't get the next one. So go ahead and roll with advantage this time on your investigate.
Okay.
You've worked with it for a while. Oh, and you're here and there finding some interesting things. Ooh, nice. Along the road as well. Things that you're more in your element out here, away from the cities and whatnot. So if there's anything specific you wanted to hunt or look for while you're close to the roads without getting too far, you're welcome to do that.
Since I've never been in this region specifically before, I just want to look along the edge of the woods for interesting plants that look like they might be useful.
Okay. And
Or edible.
yeah, you find some edible plants. In fact, you see what appears to be in a clearing. Looks like some mushrooms, actually, after a couple of days. Teo, you do get another side. So you've gotten 4 of the 6, and it is, you see how this thing goes, and you think one more day and you'll have this done.
If the gods are with me.
If the gods are with you, yes. Yeah, it's been raining the last couple of days, and you come up the 7th, 8th day that you've been on the road now. It's been a good almost 2 weeks. And there's a big clearing off to one side of the road. You see some mushrooms that, if you didn't know better and you didn't think your eyes were playing a tricks on you, looks like you could actually watch them grow. And it's spreading quickly out of the clearing and towards the road. You can actually watch this grow. Go ahead and roll a nature check for me.
It's pretty cool.
Ooh, an 18. You know that these mushrooms are pretty common. They're not deadly. They do, however, spread a spore when broken or crushed. And as the first couple of wagons start going across, you see this kind of growth extend across the road and through the mud puddles and whatnot from the leftover rain. And suddenly there's a large puff of black spores as the first wagons kind of roll over the mushrooms that are growing. And that's when you realize what they are. They're tiny little shriekers, and they have spread their spores all over everything. You see merchants and soldiers running and swatting. Oh my God! Oh, covering their mouths and freaking out. What do you do?
Going to yell out, "Stop!" Hold! Stop the caravan.
All right. So you stop. Everybody does kind of stop and looking around, and they're like, "What's going on?" And they too see that all of these spore cloud now kind of in the air, and the first wagons have stopped. You know that they aren't poisonous, but everyone's acting as if they are.
This is not dangerous. It's just disconcerting. We just need to keep from running over these things and crushing them. Perhaps we could get a group to walk along front and pick them out of the way before the wagon wheels roll over and crush them.
Oh yeah, I'll help with that.
Okay. As you're doing that, anybody who wants to kind of help clear the road, as it were, make a Constitution save. As you start clearing these things,
Oh boy.
these screeching, squealing cries of pain and death grow and get louder and louder. Garo, you are overcome with feelings of remorse and sadness and grief as
Oh.
you suddenly realize that you are killing a living being every time you rip something up out of the ground. You just can't take it anymore, and you walk away.
No, I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. They're people. The spores are people. The mushrooms are people.
The mushrooms are people. Nice. And for the next, few nights, you are going to have some very bad dreams,
Oh, boy.
nightmares about this process.
Mushroom nightmares.
Mushroom nightmares, yes.
Apparently these spores are hallucinogenic.
Yep.
Okay. Well,
So the three of you,
it's interesting. Strange.
the other two that passed you, you don't really know what. You know, Garo's kind of a sensitive goblinoid, but really, they're just mushrooms.
People.
And
He's whispering. He's speaking in his sleep every night.
When Teo sees this, of course, he He goes over to Garo and goes, relax. Take a moment. You will get through this. This is just a mere stepping stone in life. And reaches back to the bag of candy and hands him another piece of the raw candy.
Garo tries to eat the candy, but he doesn't seem to be enjoying it as much as usual, and is just, tripping on sorrow.
All right.
But
Anybody
hopefully
else?
it eventually passes.
Yeah, it'll pass in a few nights. This feeling of grief and sorrow, it does take a few nights.
Dinar would like to ask Owen, how long did these spores stay potent for? Could we, get a bunch of spores in a bag and throw a bag full of spores at people?
Is that I'm sure that's something I would know. Maybe what?
Yeah, you could do that. You would know that the spores may or may not do anything if they're not picked from a live mushroom. Like the releasing of the spores from the mushroom is what actually creates the toxin.
So we could.
Presumably, we can't really keep live mushrooms in the bag because then they'll stop being live.
Well, mushrooms do grow in the dark.
You could roll a nature on it, and Owen, and I'll let you roll a nature and see if you would know how you could take some of these.
I think it's probably a no.
Presumably, you could just dig some up and put them in a bag, and keep some fresh dirt and moisture with them, and they would probably grow. However, knowing how quickly they grew there from what you just saw, you're not sure that you could keep them in check.
All right. The hallucinogenic mushroom bomb plan shall wait for another day.
All right. And as you travel on, Garo's nightmares go away after a few nights. Not much else happens, and you're rounding into... actually, let me put this other map back up.
You do notice that Garo now picks the mushrooms out of his food and puts them inside.
Teo, of course, chimes up. I'll take those for it.
Yeah, I just got no
Don't worry
taste.
about them.
It's got no taste for him anymore.
I understand. Think nothing of it. Think nothing of it. It is my pleasure for you.
Teo's gone
And
all
you're
Mr.
working
Roboto
on the
again.
damn puzzle.
Yeah, go ahead and roll your puzzle for the day. It's been a couple days. You're still fighting with it. And still fighting with it. You get about half a side, and then you realize that was wrong, and you have to start backing up and start over. Let's see. Just do some quick measuring. It's been 8 days. What is 15 times 8? Somebody that's 48, 120-ish miles.
Yep.
Yeah, and you see in the distance, the land goes from the fields and flat grasslands that you've been in into what look like some rolling hills off in the distance. As you're traveling, some of this looks pretty steep. Hopefully you're not having to go over these hills. Maybe there's a path through the valleys of them that you can take. And you get in through the first day of the hill country, and sure enough, you're kind of weaving through the low sections of the hills, and you get to a river. And there's a campground on both sides, kind of a camping area near this river. It's a great place to stop, rest the horses, and donkeys and oxen and everything else that they're using. And
Kind of a campground of the Sword Coast.
yeah, kind of. everybody kind of camps down here. But as you pull up, you notice there's a couple of other folks here already. Where did that go? Where is it? I have two different things that I have to keep rolling here, so it's trying to keep them together. That's not it. That's not it. Thought it was in this one. That's the fungus humongous. Ah, here we go. There are actually two twin sisters. They're setting up their camp ahead of the caravan as you pull in, tending to their horses, setting up camp, that sort of thing. And they wave friendly as you kind of pull into the camping area, and you see them kind of eyeing a couple of the merchant guards. Everybody can make a charisma save, actually, for me on this one.
Hey, Garrow. Finally, a saving throw goes my way.
All right. Dinar, you see one of them actually making eyes at you quite heavily. She seems to be quite interested in you, actually, and walks over after you all have settled and kind of gotten some food. Kind of strikes up a conversation. She says, "Hello, I'm Arietta. How are you?"
Well enough. Been on the road for a while, but...
Oh, yes, on the road. It happens. I'm on the road myself. Where are you headed?
Wherever this caravan is headed.
You don't know where you're going? I couldn't live like that. Couldn't. No.
So where are you headed then?
Oh, just here, there. Right now, we're coming back from Dragonspear, heading down to Baldur's Gate. Gonna spend the winter down by the coast where it's warm. It's too cold up here for me, my sister.
I see.
And she gets really close to you. She says, "I've never seen anyone with this color skin before. Where are you from?"
Where is Dinar from, actually?
That's your character.
I mean...
No, I know, I'm messing with you.
Yeah, it's just... me, personally, out of character, does not know that much about the Sword Coast, so I would not know where dragons are bred, especially metallic ones.
You could be from... Let's say you are from the Citadel Adbar, which is far in the north, the base of the Ice Mountains.
Well, Dinar will relay that.
And she kind of puts her hand on your shoulder. Just, ooh, you feel very strong also. What is it that you do? You just a guard? Or are you something
yes.
more? And she kind of gets a little...
Dinar, makes it very clear that he is not interested. Especially, first of all, I'm wearing armor over my scales. So, and considering it's pretty cold here, it must be very unpleasant to put your hand on my shoulder.
As she doesn't actually react to that at all. She spends a little more time just talking pleasantries with you, and if you're really just making it very obvious, she will bid you goodnight and head back to her camp, and you see her talking to her sister, and they're kind of talking and pointing at different people in the caravan and sharing stories probably of who they've talked to that night. And
Dinar like talks to the rest of the party. He's like, "Well, that was weird."
Teo looks up from his puzzle and goes, "What?"
And best you're not troubling yourself with it.
as the night goes on, you each take your rest. At one point, and you see the other sister kind of meets up with one of the soldiers, one of the guards from one of the other merchant wagons, not one of the cultist wagons, and they kind of go off in the tree line. You ignore it. You know what's happening. You ignore it. And then you turn into go and wake up Dinar. It's his turn for watch, and you go to do your meditation. And Dinar, you swear from the woods you hear a familiar voice. The voice of someone you haven't heard of in quite a while. It's been, what, a month? Maybe more? Since you've heard of her? Or heard from her, even? What was her name? Angelica. You hear her voice calling to you. Make a wisdom save.
18.
Surely it can't be. Surely. It can't be Angelica. She's not with you. She's not on your path. On your travels. But as time goes on, the voice kind of fades. Must have been a figment of your imagination. Just the wind whistling sounded similar. Couldn't have been anything real.
Yeah.
And then you see the sister, Zelina, come out of the woods alone, heading back over to her tent. She looks over her shoulder and then slips into the tent and closes it.
Sorry, did I see that she left into the forest with someone else?
No, you were asleep when that happened.
Okay. So Dinar would not have known that.
Nope.
Yeah, Dinar is going to, one, this is his job, is to keep watch of this caravan, and two, he's very suspicious of these people.
For good reason.
Because, if somebody is, immediately walking up and, trying to be nice to what is very clearly a chromatic dragonborn, there's something wrong. So.
Okay.
Must be tough to. That's really sad in a way, that being a chromatic dragonborn is got you feeling like you can't be approached.
I mean, Dinar is very sad in general about having to act like a chromatic dragonborn, because similar to the metallic dragonborn, being a chromatic dragonborn that is very specifically the color of the dragon means that you are from a line specifically of two of the same, and chromatic dragonborn come from chromatic dragons. So, he is dressing like this, in order to appear friendly to the cult of Tiamat when he is not friendly to the cult of Tiamat, and if he had the option, he would want to just burn this caravan, burn their shipment to the ground. And he's not really for the whole subtlety, stealth, infiltration. That's really not his style.
Yeah, not really, right? Okay. The rest of the night pretty much goes uneventful, and you get up the next day. Do you share with anything, Owen or Dinar?
Dinar is going to share. Like, I heard what it like, but he is convinced that it was some trickery. So he said, I heard someone that sounded like Angelica, which means that there's clearly some trickery going on. There's no way it could have been her. You know, she's far away. And basically, don't trust the two ladies who we met. I think that there's something up with them.
Well, they seem pretty nice.
I saw it towards the end of my shift. I saw one of the other guards going into the woods with one of the sisters.
Really? Because I saw just one of the sisters come out.
Teo goes, sisters? What sisters?
Does it seem like anyone's missing in the morning? Is anyone reacting as if they've lost a person?
Yeah, as you do a quick head count actually around the caravan, you do notice that one of the merchants is looking around, like looking a little light on guard. He's missing somebody, and he walks over and actually says, "Hey, you guys see Jimmy last night? Snuck out of here. It looks like. Guess he finally had enough."
Yeah.
Well, that Jimmy always
Dinar is
skipping
going to
out on
say,
guard.
like, I certainly saw somebody walk back from the forest, and he gestures to where he saw it. But there certainly wasn't anybody who might be named Jimmy.
Saw someone who could have been named Jimmy. I don't know Jimmy, but I saw someone who could have potentially been named Jimmy walking into the woods with one of the ladies we saw camping last night.
That brings up the age-old question. When a Jimmy walks into the woods, does anybody hear him?
He said, "Oh, those two. Looks like they packed up and left early." Well, maybe he went with them. Probably for the best anyway. He wasn't the best guard. We best get moving on, I suppose. And he heads back to his wagon. Not really too concerned. The trip has been fairly uneventful with the exception of the hobgoblins. There hasn't been any attacks on anybody. And the caravan lurches back to the start again. You did, by the way, pass the coachman riding back a few days ago to the nobles to get horses and whatnot.
Okay. That's good.
You did pass him. I failed to let you all know that. But the caravan moves on through the hills, crossing the winding water, and into an area of more hills on the other side. It's very beautiful terrain through here. You are probably about here, I suppose. You cross
Sorry,
the
could you
river.
ping that again?
Yeah. Let me get my little cursor. I'm not going to try to say the thing that somebody else said the other night because it sounded way wrong. So you're in that area there. We got, all right, cool. Heading on through, everybody can roll a, just a straight up intelligence roll. 16, 19.
Garrett's exercising his mind like Teo advised.
Yes, all of you know, you recognize from the stories that you've all heard growing up that you're entering into an area known as the Troll Claws. It's just north of the Fields of Dread along the coastway as you cross the winding water.
Who names these places? We got the Fields of Dread and the Troll Claws.
I know, right?
Right.
Troll Claws. They're that tasty treat that Garrow loves to eat.
Oh yeah, the ones with the cream cheese and the blueberries.
Yeah. They look like a foot, but there's a blueberry toenail on each one.
Oh, God.
They're troll
Go for
claws.
one of those right now.
Oh, I miss the days of the old plains of tranquility.
I know, right?
Exactly.
Did you know just beyond this area of the troll claws is where the coastway joins the tradeway? That northern route that you saw those caravan wagons on before. So the question begs, why did they come to Baldur's Gate? Just to continue on to the tradesway. Why make that westerly trip and lengthen their journey by several days? In fact, probably 3 weeks. Why?
I mean, it definitely seems like they loaded something at Baldur's Gate. So, like, is that thing, whatever it was, valuable enough to make a 3-week excursion? Was it, like, could they have done it easier if they just sent the stuff on a separate caravan and linked up?
Maybe they got to pick stuff up in different places. They've got some sort of special objective that is more important than moving quickly.
Yeah. I mean, so you said that there were, I think, 4 or 5 carts that they picked up in Baldur's Gate out of the 15 total?
Yeah, they had 6 actually. There were 5 that you guarded, and then 1 joined the next morning.
Okay.
They picked
And
up
then
one
how many carts that we know are from the Cult of the Dragon Queen are there total in this caravan?
Oh no, that's 6 Cult of the Dragon Queen. There
Okay.
are, 15 total carts. So there are 9 other merchants and vendors and whatnot.
Okay. But this isn't the whole caravan then?
This isn't the whole one that you saw, no.
Ah, that makes more sense. Does that mean that the whole caravan is behind us, or did they take the short way and are going to meet up with us on the path forward?
That you're not sure. It could be that they continued on the caravan that you passed. You do remember when you left Greenest at the camp that there were tracks leading west towards Candlekeep, wagon tracks and horse tracks. And there were also tracks leading east, wagon tracks and horse tracks. So there was something split in Greenest, or there at the camp, and some folks went around to the sword or to the coastway, and a larger caravan went up the tradeway. And having seen Resmir in Baldur's Gate, you imagine you could just kind of put it together that Resmir was with whatever went west. Because you did not see Resmir going on the tradeway.
So it seems like this caravan was loaded from Baldur's Gate, and probably it's going to meet the rest of the shipment at some point on their way to Waterdeep.
That could be. That is one possibility that you come to, yeah.
Perhaps they split the caravan so that one could travel quicker and lighter than the other? Hard to know.
It seems to me like the answers we seek will be in Waterdeep.
Indeed.
All
Long,
right.
hard trail ahead of us.
Yes, indeed. A long, hard trek. And you travel for a few more days. Through this road, you see off in the distance as you exit the Troll Claws area, another area that you're familiar with the stories of trolls, the Troll Hills far off to the west, towering in the distance.
Huh. Surprised we haven't seen any trolls.
Ah. It's interesting, isn't it?
Are we... We're not traveling next to a creek or a stream, are we?
No, you crossed the winding water, which was the
Oh.
big river there. You were able to
Good.
cross that.
I was worried about stream trolls.
Oh, those are bad.
Indeed.
Garrow pretends to know.
And after another 6 days of traveling after you left the river, you find yourself at the merging point of the Coastway and the Tradeway, just outside of a large city named Dragon Spear. Probably another day and a half from Dragon Spear. But this is a well-known stopping point along the trade route, and there's a large clearing as this road forks together right here.
Well, I certainly hope that Teo has an opportunity to see if he can figure this damn puzzle box out. He's almost got it.
Yes, Teo, figure out that puzzle box. Oh, you're with advantage as well, a 22. You this night are able to get quite a bit done with the puzzle box. In fact, you solve it in the night, and when you do, not only do all the sides line up, all the colors are the same, but you feel it. Maybe it opens. And you
Interesting.
You pry just a little bit outward with it, and sure enough, it begins to open, and inside there's something shining, emitting a light from inside the puzzle box.
Fascinating. I'll see if I can figure out what this thing that's shining is.
As you finish opening it up a little more, Dr. Dragonspear. There we go. That's better. You open it up a little more, and it looks like a gem of some sort, just emitting this pure white light, and the light begins to radiate outside. And you look around, and there are still a lot of people up and about. Merchant guards preparing meals, things like that.
I will do my best to cover this light, and I will transfer this gem back to my pouch, and I will put more effort into trying to wait, hang on a second. I think I have just the thing for situations like this. Looking at this gem, it's I assume like no other gem that I've seen.
Yeah, it looks like a gem, but it also just kind of looks like a rock. It feels like, or you can't really look at it much because of the light that it's emitting. If you wanted to investigate it, you'd have to do it at in an area that wouldn't draw attention.
That's what I will do. I will move to an area that doesn't draw attention. Obviously, that is the primary objective here, is not to give away what is going on. But I do have a next move once I've isolated myself a little bit from the group, and I message Owen as I head out and say I should be just a moment and back shortly, as I head out into the hinterlands to find a quiet place where I can investigate this properly.
Okay. Yeah, you get far enough away. You don't think anybody's gonna see the light as you take it out of your pouch, and you're looking at it and you kind of hold it up, and out of just curiosity, you let go of it, and it hovers slightly in the air, just illuminating light in about a 10-foot radius.
Interesting. Very curious. At this point, I reach up for the stone and see if I can pick it back up.
Yeah, you can pick it back up, move it, put it wherever you want.
Interesting. I just to see if I can, I don't know, perhaps identify this object.
Yeah. So you realize you really dig into it, and you spend the time out here, and you learn this is a ion stone of light. It's a stone that will emit light, bright light in a 10-foot radius, and soft light to a total of 20 feet out. And it will hover and stay within wherever it's placed of the person who's, in command of it, basically. It's the last person to touch it. You also see inside the box, as you open it up again, just kind of see the setting in it and everything. There's a little plaque or card, if you will, that's inside it that says, "May you never lose your way in the dark." And it's signed oh crap, what was his name? Did I tell you the dad's name from the woman that you got it from? I don't think I ever told you.
I don't think you. I don't think you. It began with an R, if I'm not mistaken. It was a short name, maybe a few letters long.
Was it Raoul, perhaps?
No, Raoul doesn't sound like. It was like Beatnik or Bootnik or Rootnik or something like that.
We'll come up with a name for him, because I don't have my notes from his name, apparently.
Or you could spend 250 channel points.
Yeah, or somebody could spend some channel points and name this dead guy that's an NPC. Close that. That doesn't need to be open. And the rest of you, as Teo wanders off in the dark, oh, and there's some really interesting flora here, flowers and stuff that you've never seen before. Roots, kind of, they almost look like wild onions, really. They have bulbs on them. Tulips as well. There must be something great in the chat. Peener thing, yeah. That's not his name. It doesn't even start with an R. So you gather up some of those things, and everyone else is Pinky thing. Yeah, Pinky thing, sure. If y'all weren't watching the game the other night, that's going to go over your head and under your feet. But everyone else, what are you doing? Dinar and Garo, you're kind of back at the wagon. The day has wound down.
Well, Garrow's sort of been traveling on foot, so it's given him an opportunity to occasionally get a little bit of running in, and he was kind of thinking it would be fun to challenge the fastest person in the caravan to a race. If he's observed anyone that seems particularly swift or would be up for a challenge of that nature.
Not exactly. You haven't seen anybody really doing any running yet. In fact, most people keep their distance from you after seeing how quickly you made the hobgoblins run away and you defeated the captain so single-handedly. Most people are just kind of giving you a wide berth.
Yeah, I guess as a bugbear, I'd be used to that kind of. But I think Garrow's just, he's confident that as long as they stay close to this this treasure hoard and follow wherever it's going. That he'll know what to do when the time comes. So he's not really looking for anything. He's just enjoying the view, eating a lot of the food that is served, probably wanting more portions than others.
Yep.
And probably at least once a day begging Teo for a piece of candy.
Oh, yeah, you, actually, Teo's not around, but you have seen where he stashes the candy in the saddlebags of his horse.
Oh, the mother lode.
Yes.
Dare I? Dare I? Since Teo's not around, I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I helped myself to one. So I will.
You help yourself to one? Just one?
Well, I'll roll and see if I go for another one.
All right. Sounds good.
Roll 1d20. If it's high, I'll get another one.
Roll 1d20. That's how many pieces you take.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Well,
Yeah.
I'll take 2 more pieces.
You take 2 more pieces. So, yeah. Okay.
But there was a brief moment where I felt the urge to take one.
You wanted to just stick your whole hand in and you're like, no, I better not do that. Just take 2.
Yeah, I don't want to take it all because it is Teo's. But speaking of which, where is he?
Dinar, what are
Looking
you
around.
doing while all this is going on? Owen's over
not
digging
much.
up root plants, and Garo's digging around in the saddlebags while Teo's disappeared.
Yeah.
You reapplying your disguise paint?
Yep. Dinar is mostly like he's trying to keep his head down because he knows that if anybody makes a thorough inspection of him, they will be able to tell that he is not a chromatic dragonborn. And then if the cult of the dragon finds out that, they will be asking questions very quickly. So he's doing his best, even though not that he's antisocial by nature, but this is but now that he has reason to be, he's doing his best to avoid contact with other people. He's not like trying to draw attention to himself. He's just,
Yeah.
he's doing this job. He's doing, and he's praying, maybe literally praying, that he will eventually get his chance to oppose this cult, considering he's stuck riding with them for months.
Right. And with that, as everyone has kind of turned in, Dinar, you notice that most people on the caravan aren't interacting with each other. As far as cross merchants go, everybody pretty much sticks to themselves. So you don't
Yeah.
stand out in that way that you were kind of keeping to yourself either.
And Dinar is hoping that when most people see a chromatic dragonborn who wants to be left alone, they won't make too big of a scene about it.
Yeah, nobody's really going to question you just yet. As long as your disguise holds up, you think you'll be okay. And I think that's a good place to kind of call it for this week, everybody.
All right.
It's a good little stopping point. Nothing super suspenseful, but we are on the road to Waterdeep. And
Except for what happened to Teo exactly in that mysterious light thing.
oh yeah, the mysterious light thing. There's that. You
Also,
imagine you're probably a little over, or maybe right about a third of the way there. Not quite half. You've been on the road about 12 or 15 days now, and they said 40-day travel. So you're probably right in that 1/3 range.
all right. I would like to know: did the person who got led into the forest get himself spectacularly killed?
All that and more in the Discord and the AMAs later this month.
Of course.
Of course. So yeah, we'll talk about that and so much more over in our Discord. Make sure that you all are in our Discord so you can talk to our players, ask them about their characters. Not Discord. And if you've missed any of our shows and you want to catch up all of the the fun times that we have, make sure you check us out over on our YouTube channel where we archive all of our content from Plague of Fluxentine to this to Call of Cthulhu and all of the other games that we play. There's so much fun. Weird, which we're playing later tonight. And go ahead, make sure you go ahead and enter the dice giveaway if you haven't already. Enter it now because we are going to be doing the giveaway here in just a minute. And also, because we're doing a 12-hour stream, we're not going to stop the stream, so you don't have to leave. We're going to leave the stream running. We're going to put up a break slide with the schedule and whatnot while we transition to the next game. So just give us 20 or 30 minutes to get the next game set up on the stream. We'll come right back in with some Call of Cthulhu. Be sure you stick around with us. Some of the folks that are in the chat are going to be playing in the Call of Cthulhu game and also later in the Weird game. So make sure you stay with us all day. It's going to be a lot of fun for our Hallow Stream special here at the United Adventure Company. Is everyone in? Is everyone in? Last call for the dice giveaway. We've got these really awesome dice that we're giving away. Today we've got 9 more sets to give away. 4:30-ish, Eastern time. So 4:30 is probably about right. We'll get going right about then. Got to get the overlays set up and all that stuff. But yeah, it should be right about 4:30. And yeah, roughly 30 minutes-ish. All right. Well, if nobody... Oh, wow, we have 7 entries into this drawing. So let's see. We're going to go ahead and close this one and draw a winner. What?
Hey, nicely
It's
done.
rigged. Diamond won the dice. Oh, good job. Congratulations.
It's the gem,
How
the
convenient
magic glowing
that
gem
the
and the
rogue
dice.
wins the giveaway.
Roll well when it counts.
Exactly. Yeah.
Diamond, you know the drill. Hit us up. Let us know which ones you want. Okay, rigged.
The 2 things that Teo can roll well on are giveaway dice and Rubik's Cubes.
That's about it. Make sure you stay with us, folks. We're going to restart the giveaway at the next stream. Hey, we just picked up a few more viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Stay with us. We're about to go to break, and then we'll kick off the next game, Call of Cthulhu. I can't remember the name of the title. It's on the slide, though, for the schedule. Until our next meeting, everyone, this has been a lot of fun. These are the cast of Hoard of the Dragon Queen, which we are not only just a third of the way through that, we are actually about, Dead Border. There we go. Probably, looking at the module, we're probably about 2/3 of the way through the module also. So we're getting close to that, end point. So that should be a lot of fun.
I'm not nervous at all.
Not nervous. No, not at all.
I'm ready to punch a dragon.
Let's see if we all die or if we're able to move on to the next module.
Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and get out of the way so that the folks who are playing Call of Cthulhu can get into the call. Folks, for all of us here at the United Adventure Company, thank you so much. We love you all to pieces. Make sure you hit that follow button, subscribe button. Help us reach our goal of 125 so we can give away a RPG later this month, hopefully. Well, next month, maybe for somebody's Christmas. We love you all. Until next time, we're the United Adventure Company. Stay out of our dungeons. See you in a little bit, folks.